Mr. Oh. Or hello?
Start the meeting without it.
Hey. Scott, we got to start the meeting. Dude.
We're ready to start the meeting whenever you are, Mayor.
All right. We are going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. And we will start with our Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select
volume,
language interpretation, and choose Spanish.
We just can't hear.
So thank you guys for all being here tonight, but if you could just acknowledge, at least here in the room, to not be talking as we're trying to conduct the meeting, I would very much appreciate it. So with that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the land we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washoe, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'll move on to the roll call.
Councilmember Robbins. Here. Councilmember Wallace.
Here.
Councilmember Cregan.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
I'll note for record that Mayor Pro Tem Friedrich is absent due to a family emergency.
All right, and we'll move on to our closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had 3 items on closed session tonight. The first was employee performance evaluation for the city manager and city attorney, and there is no reportable action. Second item was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Workers' Comp Appeals Board, case numbers ADJ 1552473 and ADJ 16137-538 regarding Travis Cabral, and there is no reportable action. And the third item was a conference with real property negotiator regarding acquisition of a portion of 2111 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, and we have no reportable action.
Great. All right, with that, we will move on to our proclamation recognizing April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I'll stand with Chelsea Handler and representatives from Live Violence Free. So we get the microphone. All right, so I will read the proclamation. Whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe shares a critical concern for victims of sexual violence and a desire to support their needs for justice and healing, and whereas every 68 seconds an American is sexually assaulted and every 9 minutes that victim is a child, meanwhile only 25 out of every 1,000 perpetrators will be incarcerated. And whereas American Indians are 2.5 times more likely to experience sexual assault crimes compared to all other races. And whereas the rate of teen girls who have experienced sexual violence has increased by 20% since 2017, when the CDC first started tracking this measure. Child victims of sexual abuse are more likely to develop drug abuse disorders, PTSD, and major depressive episodes as an adult. And whereas 79% of survivors who were victimized by a family member, close friend, or acquaintance experience professional or emotional issues, including moderate to severe distress or increased problems at work or school. And whereas the tangible annual cost of sexual violence in California, including medical and mental health care, prevention, investigation, sanctioning, treatment, and victim services, totaled over $9 billion in 2012, when intangible costs such as a lost quality of life and lost work productivity are included, the total cost increased to $140 billion. And whereas prevention programs would lead to substantial cost savings, every prevented rape of an adult could save up to $163,800, and every prevented rape or sexual assault of a child could save up to $227,700. And whereas Live Violence Free provides 24 hotline services to victims and survivors and their families through responding to calls, offering support and comfort before, during, and after medical exams and criminal proceedings, and empowering those impacted by sexual violence to chart their own course for healing. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe can work together to continue to improve the response and treatment of sexual assault victims through the collaboration of various agencies and the implementation of our sexual assault response and resource team within the county. And whereas all communities share the responsibilities to support victims of sexual assault and start by beloving to end sexual assault within their community. Now, therefore, the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the City of South Lake Tahoe, so that community awareness and participation in violence prevention may be encouraged.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, with that, we will move on to public comment. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on today's agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. And with that, I will see. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. My name's John Messina. Is this working? Recent events have inspired me to form a committee to celebrate the birth of our nation. The first shots fired in the American Revolution at Concord and Lexington was April 19, 1775, to protest unjust taxes and controls by Britain. Last Friday, April 19th, was the 249th anniversary of the shot heard round the world. But all we heard was silence. The shot sparked the Revolutionary War and led to the creation of the United States. But all we heard was silence. Without the aid of France and Spain, the 13 colonies would have been defeated. But they came offering us the aid we needed. Ukraine's struggle for independence should remind us all of the sacrifice of our forefathers. Remember, the communists killed dissidents like you and me, and they have nuclear missiles pointed at our families. We need to remember, be reminded of the contributions of those who came before us, giving us our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I would hope the city would help and join in an effort to celebrate next year the 250th anniversary of the beginning of our Revolutionary War. I think the people need to be reminded, and I'd like anybody else that's interested in celebrating this momentous occasion to get in contact with me and see if we can't do something really great here in South Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And again, not allow clapping, and just the reason for that, and so everybody knows, is so that everybody has an equal opportunity to come to the podium and not feel as if they're being supported or not. So please, if you could, resist from clapping. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jim Van Dusen, and I am an owner of a second home, vacation home, here in South Lake Tahoe. I'm here to address an issue concerning proposed city tax, which only applies to second homeowners here in South Lake Tahoe. The notion, a new unprecedented tax of at least $500 a month, only to those who have family vacations homes, is completely unfair. Those that have chosen fields of employment that pay a decent wage based on education and experience working hard throughout their careers further enables them to successfully support a family. in our society, and Americans are rewarded for hard work and associated achievement, allowing such Americans to enjoy a slightly better standard of living than many, including the right to spend or save their hard-earned income to the level to which they themselves can afford. Keyword, can afford. The idea that a particular board can support such a targeted taxation concept is completely un-American and is taxation without representation, because most of the second homeowners that have vacation cabins, homes up here, live elsewhere, where they're registered to vote elsewhere. So we don't get to vote in South Lake Tahoe. I am one of those people, as is my wife. This tax on success will most certainly cause hardship to the vacation homeowners who already pay a significant property tax to El Dorado County. Many of us on a fixed income continue to live only to the level which can pay for ourselves. An additional $6,000 per year is ludicrous, putting a huge burden on a very small group of U.S. citizens. If the primary objective of this tax is to chase current owners out, thus providing housing for those who either choose not to or do not have the ability to seek and hold employment sufficient to buy a house at current market prices, is simply redistribution of wealth. We live in a resort, which is very popular among hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of visitors each year. Such an area is just not affordable to everyone. Some choose housing via multiple roommates, each contributing to pay the rent. Others choose to live off the hill, places like Minden, Gardnerville, etc., where renting or purchasing a house may be more affordable. Again, one must live within one's own means and not depend on neighbors, such as me, to subsidize income through targeted taxation. I urge you, our City Council, to not proceed with this potential ballot initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please, if you could, please resist from clapping. I understand that you may support the issue. Again, it's so that we all have an equal opportunity when we're at the podium. I'll also address just one thing for the vacancy tax issue. For the record, this council voted in a majority to not move forward with the vacancy tax. This is a citizens' initiative. You're always welcome to address the council, but I just wanted to put that on the record.
Hello. Let's see if we can put our differences aside for just a bit and do something that we can all agree on, all of us. Let's see. Are you ready? All right, here we go. Our mayor, earlier this year, wrote an op-ed, and it appeared in the Tribune, and it had a list of restaurants that were either new or soon to open or had expanded recently. And he suggested that we perhaps give them a try. Well, my wife and I took that literally, and we did. And here's the list. The Woods, Burger Me, Three Pines Coffee Company, West Coast Sourdough, Shed Cat, Lotus Fa, Elements, and South Lake Brewing. All righty? So we went to a number of these. And when we did, we asked for the manager or the owner, and then we told that person, the mayor sent us. And then we gave him a card. Card said on it, the mayor sent us. So what I'd like to do is give a challenge to each person in this room. In the next week, between now and next Wednesday, visit one of those places, preferably one you have not been to before, and then ask for the manager and give them a card that I recommend that you do this in advance so you won't chicken out. But, and then just say, the mayor sent us. The mayor sent us. Now, I'm not asking you to have a $300 dinner or a $100 lunch. Coffee and Danish with a significant other or bestie would work. Or how about classmates? We have students in here, probably a few. Anyway, yeah, grab a bunch of classmates, go split a pizza and a pitcher. Or dessert. There's a lot of good desserts out there, and a lot of times they don't get eaten because we've eaten something else before. But if you just go for dessert, you might be surprised. Or drink with your boss or professor, and the benefit there is they might pay for it. Okay, so that's what I'm asking for. Do you think we all can do that? Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, so when you do, it will then, you'll graduate to level 2. And that is to do the same thing with your favorite restaurant. Between now, or the time that you saw the first one, go again, this time to one of your own favorites. And sometime between then and Memorial Day. And that way, and maybe, you know what, go to the theater too if you feel like it. They all need our support, and now's the time, it's shoulder season. So there you go. So, everybody gonna do, what are we gonna say when we get there? The mayor sent us, that's right, that's the message, okay? But don't forget, call for the manager or to the owner, because then it'll travel upstream. And they need to know that we'll help them, okay? Phase 3 is for you all. First of all, there is some confusion sometimes as to who the mayor is. So we don't have to mention the name of the mayor, because that's going to change anyway, right? This time next year, you won't be the mayor, will you? Maybe? You can't answer. Okay, but the mayors will change, so just say, it's the mayor. The mayor sent us. I've field tested that last one, and even though there's a place that wasn't on the list, it works just as well. So make
So-
that motion. Oh, my time is up. Oh, well, okay.
Thank you
Well,
for your comments. And,
pass a motion, take a
Thank you,
vote.
sir.
Put it on the agenda for next year, too.
Thank you, sir. Who is coming up? Go ahead, come forward.
Hi, I'm Barbara Perina, and I own Side Street Boutique. I've been here. My store has been 50 years. Last year, the roof came down. I've been out for a year and a half. But during that time, I paid my 5 employees full salary. They've been with me for 20 years. I absolutely love them. It's a hardship, but they need to be paid. And I understand this. But during the summer, I hire a
Mrs.
ton of
Perini,
those kids at the high school.
I hate to stop you. The only thing is what the minimum wage is going to be on as an agenda item. And just so the public knows, we are going to move that forward. I should have announced that in the beginning.
So I
but-
can't talk about it?
Well, you will have your opportunity just during
Okay.
that item.
Okay.
This is for anything not on the agenda. So you will absolutely
be
have
back.
an opportunity, and we are going to move that forward for everybody
I will
that's
come
here.
back.
So you don't have
Okay,
to.
I'm sorry.
Yes, just so everybody knows that the item is getting moved forward to the
Okay.
beginning of the agenda.
Just raise my hand and say yes.
Excuse me to cut you off.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Anybody on a non-agenda item, come forward. Clyde, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and council members. Keith Roberts here. When I ran for the city council seat 2 election cycles ago, one of the things that impressed me the most about my city was that the council was nonpartisan. That doesn't mean they don't have their own beliefs, hopes, visions, but that they had given the opportunity to lead without the debilitating labels that our national political offices have to deal with. Locals shouldn't have to fight the stereotypes and the false arguments that are created when statements start with liberal, conservative, right-wing, left-wing, Democrat, Republican. Councils are elected to deal with local problems and projects and not the national movements. These terms always create division and fire up emotions before an issue can be raised, let alone let it before it's resolved. Our city council was able to avoid that and work more closely together to find solutions that worked for everyone. Our city is being torn apart by a cleverly and aggressively pushed set of agendas by a single council member, locals versus non-locals, workers versus employers. Aren't our small business owners our locals too? Presumed wealthy versus those struggling, the elder versus the younger. I believe most of our citizens in this town are tired of this division and want to do something about it. An agenda item that isn't strong enough to get consensus of at least 2 additional council members should be considered a poor idea, or at least an agenda item that hasn't been fully vetted yet. Not an issue, not an agenda item to be taken to the streets to prove by whatever means that one knows more than the rest. Any city leader that pushes so furiously at their own agenda item is clearly working for themselves and not for us, the citizens. Our city agenda should not favor only the workers, nor should it favor only the employers. Agenda items should pass that work for both sides, and council members should be expected to work together on all these solutions, not against one another, and especially not one against four. Our city plans should not work only for locals, nor should it only work for the tourists, but we should strive to make things work for all. This is the true thriving city culture environment that our city council claims they want, not a his way or a highway attitude for our future. I'm not going to hash out one side or the other about these current issues. All those arguments have already been said. I'm speaking about the division being created in our community and amongst all of us as friends. And I believe our citizens are looking for a change. And I'm here declaring my candidacy for the city council seat vacancies in the 2026 election cycle, with the desire to return some sanity and decency to our city offices. Thank you very much for letting me share that at this forum.
And I hate to, just please, if you could refrain from clapping. It's really part of our protocols, and I don't want to have to stop the meeting, so please do not clap.
Juan, I'd like to express my support for the vacancy tax and urge our council to put it out on the ballot. It's good for small business, but all businesses in town, as well as it is taxation with representation, as it's going through a democratic and due process, which our country is built upon. Also, I am going to be a future real estate. I'm going into real estate, both commercial and residential, and I think this is a good measure, the vacancy tax. There is already precedence on it. I've learned other cities do it, so I don't see there being any issue. And in my opinion, I think it would withstand the courts if to be contested. And I've signed the petition, and I encourage all registered permanent local residents here to sign the petition as well. And also, is there a way? I know there's a council cannot comment. Is there a way I could talk with the council later about considering putting this in the ballot, or to just go ahead and pass a vacancy tax ordinance? And yeah, that should be it. If I could talk with council later about getting this either on the ballot or just go ahead and pass it. You guys have the power and due process to do it, and let's get this vacancy tax passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Seth Dow, South Lake Tahoe resident. Want to address the council, but I also want to specifically address Mr. Robbins. I'm disturbed by
Seth,
your
if you
conduct
could, we
as an
must be
elected
addressed as a
official
council.
serving the people.
Excuse me, if you could just to correct you, you must address the council. It's against, you can't address one individual.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will address the entire council. I am disturbed by Mr. Robbins' conduct as a city council person. He routinely deletes comments on social media of people that he disagrees with. Not just rude comments, not crazy people with genuine policy disagreements. I think that is unethical at best, and it's poor functioning for an elected official. He also monopolizes the agenda and uses city staff to promote his own political agenda. Item 18 tonight for Motel 6 in the Sunray Hotel is a prime example of this. There's no action to be taken. These are private parcels. Yet, he placed the item on the agenda, used staff time, and no doubt has a speech that he will give pontificating upon those properties. He misrepresents people's opinions. He comes after them. He gaslights residents, all in the name of pushing his own agenda. It's unacceptable behavior. Most troubling is that he punches down. Everything and everyone that disagrees with him is a target. We're not elected officials. We might have policy disagreements. An elected official should not publicly shame and humiliate and delete comments of those he disagrees with. I want to be clear with the entire council. We may have policy disagreements. That's fine. I respect that there are different opinions and different ways to make the city better. I disagree with the tactics that one particular council member has been allowed to perpetuate. And it also extends to the other council people as well. Enabling his agenda requires a second on the agenda planning calendar. And the reason why hundreds of people are out there tonight is because the person that isn't here seconded his motion for a minimum wage. We don't need this controversy. We don't need the perpetual fighting. We can have disagreements respectfully. And I call on the entire council to breed that culture of democracy, freedom of speech, and mutual respect. Thank you.
Anybody else for non-agenda items? Again, if you guys cannot stop, the process is we would have to stop the meeting, take a break. So I really, really don't want to do that. And it really is a thing about equality. People speak on two sides of an issue, and it's not fair to be clapping for one. So please refrain from doing that. Mr. Spiel.
Thank you. I think they might not be clapping for me. My name is Nick Spiel, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Locals for Affordable Housing. I'm really pleased to announce that yesterday we submitted our petition for the Tahoe vacancy tax measure. We submitted 2,471 signatures. That's 2,471 members of the community who think that we're not doing enough. The rising housing costs, the rising costs of living have gotten out of control, and frankly, the city council is not doing enough. And so this Citizens Ballot Initiative is moving forward. We're going to be on the ballot in November, and I'm just really excited to announce that that is submitted. By the way, 2,471 signatures is more votes than any city council member got in the last election. And so really there's a lot of public support for this. We've been out in the community for about 12 weeks through the winter, talking to folks in neighborhoods and grocery stores, and really it's just been great to hear all of the support. The Tahoe vacancy tax will be funding affordable housing, fixing the roads, improving transit. All of these things are things that our community desperately needs, and it'll do all that without raising taxes on locals. I just wanted to thank the 85 volunteers who are helping us collect these signatures together, and thank all of the community members who've been in support. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Yes, come forward.
Link to TRPA, they'll tell you.
Please. We've got to not have, yes.
I think there's a lot of lies when they're trying to sell this bill, and it is taxation without representation. I live in Nevada, and I can't vote on this bill, so that is against our Constitution. And this cabin's been in the family for like over 20 years, and we've worked really hard to keep it in the family and pass it to my kids. How's it gonna rent out my cabin, gonna do affordable housing? It's very expensive. The last storm I had to put a new roof on, a new shed on. We had a line break. It's very expensive to keep up a second home. This has been my home and my family for 20 years. I walk in there, it's my kids' pictures are up on the wall. I've been a member of this community for like over 40 years. I work here, I pay gas here, I pay taxes, I pay water, I pay trash. We live in the United States of America. This is not Russia. This is not communist, this is a very Marxism move. I paid my dues. I was 50 years old when we bought this cabin. When I first came into this town, it was all relative. You can't afford to live here, then maybe you shouldn't. It's all relative. When I first moved here, we were in a drought, and I worked 2 jobs. I worked on ski patrol, and then I worked at a casino night bartending. So I worked 2 jobs to make it into this resort town. And what are people doing? Working part-time? Are they working 2 jobs? And then my husband has worked 50 years. He's 80 years old, still working. And we got up, and I'm getting up on that roof at 70 years old, and he's 80, and I'm shoveling on that roof and doing my property. And today I raked for years. So how in renting out, it's still going to be expensive. I still have to charge a lot to rent out because life is expensive. Materials for the roof, hiring out a contractor. So what are you going to rent my house out for? And then maybe you should go out to big corporations, Vail. They need to do it. They changed this town a bunch, and it's a bunch of ski people, and they're working in Nevada, and the second owners is going to support that in California? What about the big corporations like that? Camp Richardson getting bought out. How about that? And what about these marijuana clubs? I've never seen so many in my life. There's like 10 of them. Where was all those taxes going? And those kids making like 10, 15 hours, they want to rent out my cabin for like $500 a month? Where's all that money going? I heard something like 17 cents on tax when you go into one of those clubs. Where's all that tax money going? And I am from Boston. This started the revolution, the Tea Party. Is taxation without representation? Absolutely. He is absolutely wrong. People don't live in California. I can't vote on it. So what do you call that? What do you call that?
Taxation without representation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please, you guys, hey, excuse me, there's no talking between the audience. If you could address the council, I would much appreciate it.
Okay, but you know, I've heard the lies. I'm sitting here, affordable housing. It's not going to be affordable housing. You know what, how much a month it takes for me to keep this house up? And then like, how about when we didn't have any power? And I'm up here for like 2 weeks, and I'm up here like messing with propane because all the electric is down, and Spectrum is a fortune, and the internet goes down. How about all that? So it's all relative, you know? My parents worked really hard. I grew up poor. My parents worked, my dad worked 2 jobs, my mom worked, and my grandmother, 4 jobs to get us out of the ghettos at Cambridge, to get us into a better high school, you know? And like, it was generations, and now my kids had a little bit better chance in life, but it took generations to get there. My parents worked really hard. My parents...
Thank you so much
Okay,
for your
done.
comments. Mr. Kurtzweiler.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Again, please, if you guys could really refrain from, please.
How's that? Hi, Kenny Kurzweiler. If you continue down this path of taxation or taxing the second homeowners, you will succeed in possibly destroying our community for good. The advent of remote workers, of which you are one, they drove out the essential workers a tourist town depends on, minimum wage workers that rely on tips to survive. With the rising cost of housing due to the demand for remote workers, we have become a remote town with no tourist-related workers. Without those workers, who, by the way, spend their money back in the town and the closing of the restaurants due to the lack of tourists, we now have to rely on construction workers and contractors to help rebuild this town. 80% of the jobs I do are for second homeowners, and I work for every contractor in town. If you are successful in passing this tax, our contracting business will go away. New homeowners or renters will not put any money into a house they do not own. Second homes will be swept up by investors who will sell to more remote workers. There are programs out there to help the first-time home buyers. First-time home buyers. That is key to this town. That is what we need here, and not people who want cheap rent just so they can enjoy Tahoe for a few years and then leave. Once again, I applaud what you guys are doing. If you fail in this venture, I am willing to help you with the next one. Stop trying to tax the people that make this town what it is. Tax the tourists who use our facilities and infrastructure. I always sound like a broken record whenever I bring up taxing heavenly lift tickets and gondola tickets, but just think of what you could do with $4.5 million a year going towards housing and helping first-time homebuyers. Bring back the VHRs, and this time enforce the rules vigorously. Do that, and you could add another $4 to $6 million to help first-time homeowners, not renters who are going to be here for a few years, but people who are going to invest in our community and live here. One hand.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, go ahead and come forward.
Hi, Dan May for the record. I'm standing here as an advocate for the vacancy tax, one of the volunteers that was gathering signatures. You may have seen me outside of the grocery stores, but I'm not here to tell you why I support why I support the vacancy tax. I'm standing here because it's very clear how divisive things are right now, how many different opinions there are, and that right now what I know for certain is that if this passes in November, with 49% of our community believing that it is ripping our community apart, that it is going to make things worse, then it's not going to work the way we intended to. I don't want to support something that's going to rip this community apart. And with that said, what I want to extend out to anyone on this council, to anyone that's standing behind me, let's talk about it. If you want to talk about it after this meeting, let's talk about it. You want to see me in the store, pull me aside, let's talk about it. You want to get a cup of coffee, let's talk about it. Some of the best conversations I've had are with the people that disagree the most with this vacancy tax. I want to hear why they're against it. I want to hear what their rationale is. I want to understand what I don't see. I want people to challenge my beliefs. I want people to convince me that I'm wrong for supporting this vacancy tax if they really believe this. But let's talk about it. I'm putting myself available to anyone that is interested in having a long conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alex Glebov, and I'm a 3-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. And I would like to speak about vacancy tax. And my view on this point is I think it's wrong on so many levels. And today I would like to address one of the levels, actually. And this is statistics that one of our council members presented on a Facebook page. And on that page, he mentioned that there are, from 2000 and 2024, 300 full-time residents has been lost, and vacancy houses gain 2,500. So I'll try to normalize these numbers and present this just from pure statistical point of view. So basically, based on the information presented on this website, in 2000, what we have 8,500 of full-time and 4,400 part-time residency. So total is 13,000. In 2024, we have total is 15,235 houses. So basically, if you look from a statistical point of view, what happens basically, over the 24 years, we lost 300 houses. That means if you divide this by 24 years, we're losing on average 12.5 houses. And that means if you divide 12 houses by like total amount like 13,000, this is actually represent only like 0.1%. So basically we're losing only one house out of 1,000 a year, which is like negligible. Now, if you look at gain, basically we have over the same amount of time, we have 2,500, we have new houses, which is vacational houses. So assuming that 300 is converted, that from full-time, that means we have 2,200 actually was built as the new one, and this 2,200 was built with only main purpose to be vacational houses. They're not built as rental, they actually built as vacational, and maybe sometimes they use short time rentals, but now they converted fully to vacational houses. Again, those 2,200 houses basically was never been intended for this long-term rentals, because people who bought these houses, they don't want to be landlords. They just want to have a vacation in this beautiful place, and they don't want to have a burden of like running this rental business. And one of the reasons why nobody wants to run rental business, because the cash flow is negative. So also what I did basically, like from the website that was presented, this kind of like information, this is how I normalize the data. And you can see that the line is pretty much flat. So we're not really losing this. And this one is actually like how many houses we have. So it's not that drastic. We don't have the problem. It's just, we just need to look at normal statistics, and we don't see there is no problem at all. Thank you very much.
For your comments. Anybody else that would like to give public comment on a non-agenda item? Yes, come forward.
Hello, My name's Raquel Harris, and I have a cabin owner up here. The cabin has been in my family for over 60 years. I've been coming up here since I was 12 years old and enjoying all the wonderful things that are up here at South Lake Tahoe. I'm now a single retired senior citizen living on a limited income and the sole owner of this property. Throughout the last 60 years, we've paid our utilities, our water, our garbage, our property taxes, our assessments, everything that came along. We even paid for garbage service all those years when we had to take our garbage home with us because we couldn't leave it out. I do have a bear box now, which I am also paying for, so it makes it a lot easier for us to leave our garbage up here. Through the years, we've also supported our local stores, restaurant, beaches, social activities. We've maintained our property in excellent manner, clearing the yards, cutting down trees, making repairs as needed. I do not have an extra $3,000 or $6,000 per year to give to the city. Then I was thinking also, what if that happened and I had to rent my property? So if I have to rent it for 6 months, where do the renters go after the 6 months? Will the renters be required to pay all my utilities? Are you going to tell me how much I can charge for rent? If 2/3 of the people don't earn enough to live here, how are they going to pay me what I would want or need for rent? The other things to think about are, what if renters don't pay me? What if they destroy my property? Will the city help me pay for that? What if the renters get injured and they sue me? What if after 6 months they become squatters and I can't get them out of there? We know that's what's happening too around everywhere in the country. So if we talk about people who actually live here full-time and it's going to affect the value of your properties, this will be a disclosure item in any future sale that you may have, and it's not going to go well. What if for the people who live here all the time, if I'm renting my place, so there's drug dealers down the street for 6 months. So they tear up your property or my property and you live next door. What if they're loud? What if, you can't control that? So the tax would have to be a disclosure item for future sales. So I think really the bottom line for me and for maybe many others here is that if this passes, I will likely lose my cabin and my children and grandchildren will lose their inheritance.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that would like to give public comment non-agenda? Yes, come forward.
Scott Loberg. When I came here today, I pull out the driveway and I drive down the street. It's like a Roman cobblestone. It's totally disrepair. I turn down the next street, it's all cut up. They've done work there, they don't fix it. I turn down the other street, it's all torn up as well. Then I look to the left, and there's the Sunray Hotel all boarded up. And also the auto shop is also boarded up. And then you drive a little bit further, and there's the Motel 6 boarded up. I know you tried to make to address some of it by holding them accountable, but what are you going to do with somebody that's going to tear it down? They're going to leave it like that for a year, all boarded up and fenced up. That's disgusting.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else comments on non-agenda items? Yes, come forward.
Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't do this often. Kind of like hardly ever. My name's Eric Asbury. First, I would like to thank the city of South Lake Tahoe and the city council for allowing me to speak tonight. My name's Eric Asbury. I'm a full-time local business owner in the area. I am here tonight with some of my family, neighbors, and friends, as well as many other concerned citizens. I felt compelled to speak tonight on behalf of those that couldn't be here, whose voices need to be heard and represented. The vacancy tax would affect everyone in the community in a negative way. It is not only unconstitutional, but worse, It is discriminatory against South Lake Tahoe's most valuable asset, second homeowners. It is textbook taxation without representation and is a blindsided attack on unsuspecting homeowners. Not $1. Not $1 of this vacancy tax is earmarked for affordable housing. I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat that. Not $1 of this vacancy tax is earmarked for affordable housing. City Councilman Robbins is willing to stoop so low as to lie to obtain signatures, doesn't ask for prior permission to enter school grounds, utilizes misleading verbiage such as affordable housing, deletes public comments from his posts on social media while being an active councilman. Conflict of interest. Please, come on. Withholds pertinent information and has condescending and disparaging comments towards his own community members, second homeowners, and standing council members, and tourists alike. Excuse me, I'm just a little nervous here. So first, they take away vacation homes, then second homes, and soon it will be your home. This is invasion of privacy. I'm just looking at my time here. I have some notes here. Extra bureaucracy. What do you got? Neighbors, see something, say something, and that whole thing, an extra police force. We're talking about 7,000 potentially second homeowners using the verbiage from the vacancy tax. If those 7,000 people gave $100 each, that would be $700,000 to fight this tax, this unconstitutional tax. We don't need this. Everything is going to be tied up in legal litigation. It would be a waste of money. Here we go. The majority of individuals against the vacancy tax, including myself, support affordable housing. We support affordable housing. It's just vacancy tax, no on the vacancy tax. We don't support the vacancy tax. No matter which way you vote or where you come from in life, sometimes it takes a tragedy for the community to come together as one to defeat the vacancy tax. Kenny mentioned programs for first-time home buyers. I have that. Boom. There is tons. It's not a lack of affordability. It's a lack of willing to go ahead and put forth the effort that it takes to go ahead and be in this beautiful community. And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you, Mr.
opportunity.
Asbury, for your comments. Appreciate that. Let's see. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on a non-agenda item? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Todd Johnson, and no, I hadn't planned on even speaking, but I thought I'd come down to my first meeting since forever. My family's been up here since 1960. That's 64 years. I grew up here. I went to high school up here. I went to first grade up here even. I was first approached about this vacancy tax down here in front of Rayleigh's, and I didn't have a chance to think about it too much. However, the more I looked into it, the more it didn't make sense to me. And it's already been stated here tonight that this is a tax of without representation, and I couldn't believe how many people have said that already. And it goes back to the Boston Tea Party and all that good stuff. I'm not sure whether they even teach history in our schools anymore. Anyway, it is a big government kind of thing to me. It is socialism to me. And what's really interesting that hasn't been mentioned is that if it is implemented, all the folks up here in this city are going to have to report to somebody whether they've lived here or not the whole year. Okay, is it an honor system? Is it, what's the check and balance? It means we have to report to big government. I don't know that I like that idea. To let everybody know how many days we've lived in our house. Well, that's just going to create nothing but everybody fibbing or whatever. And just like the VHR. I've got people all around me. You guys stop collecting money because you're not issuing VHR licenses. And so they just went underground. So they're renting their stuff out anyway. So, you know, that's what I'm going to say about VHR and how that kind of fell through. So, anyway, people want to live up here. I get it. I was fortunate, but I'd like to see people that want to live up here be able to get a house if they can. This is not the way to do it. It's got to be a better way. Like the previous gentleman said, we don't mind people coming up here and doing something, you know, and want to live up here. But I had to go better myself. I had to go to college. Okay, I had to work 30 years in tech industry. I had to work for my first house. Okay, multiple jobs, all that kind of thing. And it's just, it is what it is. It's not a free ride. This vacancy tax is, people are looking for a free ride. Okay, do you want an answer for that? I don't like to complain unless I have a solution. You let Motel 6 get sold. Why not rent it out? Why not rent out any of these empty motels that are up here, and there's so many of them, to the low-income folks? I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer, okay? That hasn't been mentioned yet. But rent these out. In fact, I heard the other day that, you know, Caltrans, a lot of people have been killed crossing
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
It's for gross, from, to gross out.
Yep, thank you.
Caltrans is putting in a thing, and
Thank you for your comments,
you'll have to
Mr.
get rid of
Johnson.
them. You don't need Caltrans anymore.
Any other public comment in the room? Non-agenda items, yes, come forward. All right.
Hi, my name's Doug Farry. I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind by what I've done. Everybody's set in their ways, what they think. I think one thing should be said, that if everybody thinks this is such a good idea, they should pony up their $7,000 a year too. You know, if that's what's going to happen, you think it's good, put your money into this too. You know, don't just take it from people that fortunately have it. It's ludicrous, like the guy said. Nobody's looking at what's happening to the individuals. When you took away T, you took away some of my retirement money. I sat down and figured it out. If this passes and things go through, I will lose $40,000 to $50,000 a year, and that's not a fudge thing. That's what's going to happen to people that own these houses. I have cancer. I have to spend most of my time in the Bay Area. I have had 2 emergency surgeries. And if I'm not here, I'm going to have to pay for it? I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. And that's all I have to say.
Comments? Any other comments in the room on non-agenda items? All right, seeing none, we will move to the Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform. I do see that we have 2 hands raised. First up, we have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard. I would like to thank the city council members and the city manager that joined us for the ADA wheelchair experience last week. And I appreciate you guys joining us for that and getting an experience of what it's like to live in Tahoe while disabled. And I look forward to scheduling the other city council members to join us for this experience as well. I know it was a big eye-opening experience for everyone who joined us. And so I just wanted to thank you all for being a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. All right, next up we have Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to duplicate what everybody else has said in opposition to the vacancy tax already, but I want to point out a few things that haven't been said. I've probably been around Lake Tahoe since I was like 5 years old, and I'm 79 years old now. Owned my house, which I worked several jobs at the same time to be able to purchase. Although that's my primary residence, it still was a tough thing to do because I wanted to be a resident up here. Now, when this proposed vacancy tax came about, I thought, I was brought up to seek solutions also. And I haven't heard anybody, particularly Mr. Robbins and Ms. Richmond, talk about what other resort areas might be doing to address their problems. When I was about 18, 19 years old, I decided to move to Aspen, Colorado. Now, if you think Lake Tahoe is expensive, let me tell you, Aspen, Colorado is twice as expensive. Anyway, I decided to stay there, and I rented a room in a boarding house, and I had to share a room with somebody, but that was okay. And I worked for the Aspen Ski Corp, and I had a wonderful time. But as a lot of the people that have moved up here in the last few years, they want to work for a resort, and they think they're entitled to live all by themselves in their one-bedroom apartment or have a house or what have you. It just is not realistic. So I contacted Aspen recently. Aspen, Colorado has probably bigger problems than we do, but they are approaching them by having a strategic plan to deal with their housing issues, not by turning around and taxing without representation the people who have been there for many, many years. And I would like to see the Lake Tahoe do the same, because all it's done so far is fractionalize our community. One of the reasons that I have always loved South Lake Tahoe is because it was a community, and it was a community that looked after one another, took care of one another, and it's breaking apart. And the people that are subject to being taxed by this vacancy tax without representation are looking at other areas such as the Nevada County and what have you. So what you will end up having is a bunch of houses that are be sold, and people will 1031 and go to a different area that has just as beautiful of a lake and mountains and trees. And then you'll have houses that are still not available at affordable rates. You need to have a better plan. And I implore this city council to really move forward and start contacting some of these other resort areas and see what they do and how they're approaching it. The Aspen strategic plan, I might add, is damn impressive. So at any rate, I'm very opposed to the vacancy tax because it will hurt too many people out there. And it just really leaves a sour taste in my mouth, as it does for a lot of the people that I have known over the many years that I have been in Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. And there are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
All right, great. With that, we will move on to our city commissioner reports. Do we have any city commissioners? Yes, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Bess and council members. Thanks for taking a moment to hear our commission report. And I hope that it reminds everyone in the community that there are lots of good things happening, because we have a lot going on at the Parks and Rec Department. The Parks and Recreation Department hosted a youth basketball league which were closed on April 20th. It was a 6-week program, and it had 114 participants ages 7 through 14, and over 15 volunteers who helped with the program, including coaches from the South Lake Tahoe varsity team. And the program will be offered next year, so that's great. That was a great new program. We have the recreation program survey. I put a few cards over there on the table. We'd like for people to take, as commissioners and staff would like for people to take the surveys so that we can get an idea of what kind of programming people want in the new rec center and what equipment might need to be purchased. On May 1st, vertical construction of the new recreation center will begin. And then also in May, the Parks and Recreation Department will begin Community Restoration Days. The program is intended to contribute to the spirit of volunteerism and connection with our community and our park spaces. The schedule is May 12th at Lakeview Commons, May 18th at the Recreation and Swim Complex, and May 25th at Reagan Beach. The details for these events will be announced on the city's social media. Additionally, a new early childhood program called the Mini Mountain Movers will begin in June. And this program is for young children, and there'll be playmats and obstacles that are aimed at helping them with their motor development and other things like that. So we have quite a wide variety of things that are being offered at the Parks and Recreation Department, and we're hoping going forward and with the new facility that'll just expand. And then my last announcement is that this summer there will be beach wheelchairs available at the El Dorado boat ramp at Lakeview Commons, and they will be free of charge. So that's the end of my report.
Great, thank you, Ms. Thomas. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good things happening. Oh, yes, Ms. Wallace has a question.
Yes.
Thank you for the report. On the mini mountain movers, is that what it's called? What are the ages on that?
I believe that it's under 5, but Mr. Stark, under 5.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you. You guys
Thank you
have
so much.
Good evening.
All right, with that, before we move to the consent agenda, I will just clarify, we are going to be moving item number 17, the local minimum wage, up to item 14, so we will hear that just after the consent agenda. And so with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Any council members that would like to pull an item off of the consent?
Yes, I'd like to pull number 12.
Okay. Any other council members with any items? Not seeing anybody, so looking for a motion minus item 12.
Oh, we need to take public comment first, Mayor.
Excuse me. We will go ahead and take public comment besides item 12 on the consent agenda. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on the consent agenda minus number 12. No public comments at this time, Mayor.
I move that we pass the consent agenda minus number 12.
Second.
That motion carries.
Great. Thank you. Moving to item 12, Mr. Robbins.
Mayor Bass, if I may, Mr. Robbins, Councilmember Robbins, would you like a presentation or do you have a question for a staff member on this item?
I'm not aware if there's a presentation available, but if there is, then yes. And then I would like to ask about the numbers relative to Sugar Pines.
All right. Well, our housing analyst is here, Lydia Zaniga, and she can give a brief overview of what was presented in the staff report and answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council members. My name is Lydia Zuniga with Development Services Department. Before you this evening is an update on the affordable housing waitlist. For the first quarter of 2024, the waitlist consists of 1,108 people. During the last report, the City Council requested a breakdown on the number of units that represent the number of people. Below is the breakdown of the units. The one-bedroom units has 615 people, followed by the two-bedroom units, which has about 280, The 3-bedroom units has a total of 213 people for a grand total of 1,108. Staff was also informed that 90% of the people on the list are locals. For the Lease to Locals program, the stats show that the program is tapering off, as previously mentioned during the last City Council report. As of April 2024, we have issued 40 grants and housed 94 people. This report serves as a quarterly update to City Council to receive and file. Thank you for your time. Staff is happy to answer any questions from council.
If I may, Mayor Bass, I think Councilmember Robbins, you had asked the question, what was the total number of Sugar Pine Village?
Yes, so my question was going to be, we show a decrease of 65 individuals on the wait list, but we also just recently opened up the wait list, or the applications for Sugar Pines Village. Do we have either exact number from the property manager or an approximate rough number of how many people applied for Sugar Pines?
Yeah, I think our Director of Development Services has reached out and has a good number.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. That number as of today is 253 applicants since the process opened last Monday on the 15th.
Sorry, 200, and what was the number again?
253.
Okay. Is that in the next iteration of this report, will that number be, or whatever the number of applicants on the wait list for Sugar Pines be reflected on the next revision of this report?
Yes, so that number is being processed and
Fair
updated
enough.
by the property management company, so that will be added to the next one.
So while as a matter of the timing of when this report was generated versus when Sugar Pines applications went live, just like last week, that's not reflected in this report, it will be. But then the number would be, it shows a decrease of 65, but when you add back in the 253, that means we actually had an increase of another 188 people on affordable housing wait lists in total in the city in the last quarter, given the 253 number. Right, because that would be 253 minus the 60 odd that we lost.
So I'll add the caveat that at this point in the Sugar Pine lease-up process, we don't know how many duplicates are on existing properties
Fair
in
enough.
town. On the report provided in the numbers provided in the staff report are pretty well total number of individuals, not duplicates. So moving forward, we should be able to clarify that more. We just don't have that information at this
Gotcha.
time.
So a handful of the 253 at least will have errors or have duplicates or something along those lines. So it won't be quite that. Or between now and the next report, there might be more applications trickling in as well. So that number may be variable. So we have, though, on net, nonetheless, had an increase in the affordable housing wait list in the last quarter. Is a good interpretation of the data that we have now. I just want to be clear on that. Okay, and I'm clear that the next rev of this will have Sugar Pines on it as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions? Ms. Cregan?
Actually, when you said duplicates, Mr. Thomas, didn't you mean duplicates that are duplicate people that are already on the lists, not that in this 253 number, some people randomly happen to sign up twice?
So there could hypothetically be individuals on an existing waiting list in town that have now also signed up for the Sugar Pine list. Because it's only been a week, there hasn't been time to go through each name and determine what that would be.
And that is allowed, right? You are allowed to be on more than one waiting list at a time. It's just in terms
Absolutely.
of the reporting number, we deduplicate it for the total numbers. That's fair enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
Thank you.
Well, we got to take public comment first. So anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, and we will move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 12. No public comments, Mayor.
Great, and then I think there's a receive and file, so do we need a motion? We do not need a motion. The only thing I would like to say on this item, we were just awarded the pro-housing designation, and I think it speaks to a huge amount of how much commitment we have had into affordable housing and how much we're really continuing to be committed to affordable housing. One of about 37 jurisdictions in California out of 459 cities, I believe it is. So speaks to what we're doing, and hats off to the staff for all that. All right, with that, we are going to move on to, it will be item 17 on the agenda, the local minimum wage, and Ms. Roverud.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, Assistant City Manager.
Actually, hang on, before we begin, per discussion with the city attorney, the council member Friedrich, who seconded this item, is not present, and he was the second for this item. So I would like to request, move for a continuance of this item until Councilmember Friedrich is able to return. And I understand that a lot of people are going to be upset about that.
Excuse me, please.
Excuse me.
Hey, you guys, please just, if you can let us go through the process and.
The person the council member who seconded this motion is out of town because his father is in hospice. Having lost my own father recently, I want to make it clear that this is not something we control the timing of. This is not a choice we get to make. This is not prioritizing something over something else. And I think it's fair for the person who seconded it to be able to be here to vote or to have a motion on it. So I would like to move to continue this item until such time as Councilmember Friedrich returns.
Okay, so you, excuse me, please. So
I understand that's the correct
if you
process,
could
right?
please let us get through this process. So there's a motion. Is that a motion on the floor? Mr. Robbins, have you made a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see a second. So the motion fails for a second. I have not had that request from Mr. Friedrich. As the mayor, I cannot support that action. So moving forward, Ms. Roverud, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. The potential to pursue a local minimum wage ordinance was requested to be put on a city council agenda for discussion and possible direction to staff. At this time, city staff has not conducted a detailed analysis of the pros and cons of a potential local minimum wage ordinance and has not conducted community outreach on this topic. However, we have provided some information in the staff report in order to provide context for the council's discussion. The current state minimum wage is $16 per hour. There are higher minimum wages set for fast food workers and some healthcare workers. The California Director of Finance is required to review that minimum wage annually and calculate the new wage to be implemented in January 1st of each year based on a consumer price index. As of January 1 of this year, there were 40 cities and counties in California that have adopted a local minimum wage ordinance, establishing a minimum wage higher than the state. A list of those jurisdictions and their current minimum wage is included in the staff report. The majority of these jurisdictions are in the Bay Area, with a few in Los Angeles area and San Diego. None of these communities have a similar employment profile as South Lake Tahoe, where we have such a high percentage of workers in the entertainment, recreation, accommodation, and food service industries, which makes it difficult to conduct a simple comparison or analysis of minimum wage effects using another jurisdiction's experience. If the City Council desires for the staff to prepare analysis and community outreach to inform your discussion on a potential minimum wage ordinance, it's recommended that the Council establish a subcommittee to steer the process, engage an economic consultant to analyze the potential effects here locally, and conduct public outreach prior to considering an ordinance. This recommendation is based on the process facilitated by the City of Sonoma, which has the closest economic profile of the cities that have adopted a local minimum wage ordinance. And I will hand it off for public comment and discussion, but I'm available for any clarifying questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Roverud. Yeah, we will start with clarifying questions from council. Mr. Robbins.
So Sonoma, one of the concerns that's come up a lot is that it's extremely deleterious to small businesses, but have we had any looks at yet? Sonoma, I've been there in the last 2 years. It's still a thriving community. It still has thriving restaurants. It still has thriving small businesses. Has there been any data that's been looked at yet to see what has changed between when Sonoma, in terms of their economic breakdown prior to versus after the implementation of their minimum wage?
No, we have not conducted any analysis of the effects that have occurred after these cities adopted ordinances.
Okay. And then I guess the next question would be, in terms of the purpose of the minimum wage since its inception in 1933 had been to provide a living wage, a wage to actually live on in that community. Are we aware of Sonoma's process that you mentioned you looked at? In their economic analysis, did they look at the cost of living in their community as part of that analysis that they did?
I have not evaluated that analysis. There is a link to it in the staff report, if that's something that you want to look
Okay.
at.
But staff has not looked at that yet.
No,
So,
we have not.
so that would be a path forward to look at for the city, to say if we wanted to study it at all, not necessarily with a particular number in mind, but to study it, then the process they went through would be a model for us to do that as well.
That's correct. That's the recommendation, if the council does want to pursue this, that we follow a similar process to the city of Sonoma. I did look at their process itself and believe that it would be a good one here for the city of South Lake Tahoe if that's something you wanted to pursue. But that does include some economic analysis that's specific to our local market and economy.
Sure. And it seems to me that I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are going to get up and talk about their view on the minimum wage. I'm sure many in the negative to look at that are going to be opposed to it. I see everyone in the audience about that. And my only question then will be for them to say, do they believe that $16 an hour is a living wage here in Lake Tahoe?
Mr. Robbins, right now,
Thank
let's
you.
state a question, if you could. Thank you. Is that all your questions? Anybody else? Mrs. Wallace?
Is there some way that we can check through, like EDD, how many of our workers in our community, non-tipped workers, are actually paid the minimum wage?
I don't know, but I could certainly inquire and try to find that data.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Cregan? Excuse me. I guess my first question may be for Ms. Stroud, or maybe Ms. Roverud could answer it as well. There's been talk around $23 an hour, and I really just want to clarify, that was never part of the discussion when it was seconded, and I'm trying to get the public aware of where $23 an hour has never been something that this council has discussed, nor was it part of what was brought in to the original second, from what I can remember. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. We checked the record from June this past year when it was added, and it did not mention $23 an hour.
Okay, great. So, well, I want to just, I think it's good for the public and efficacy to understand that $23 an hour, I think, has come from social media, public, but it has not been part of what was brought forward in this item, and I think it's incredibly relevant because, again, I think we're here to have a discussion based on, there was a second, and the point is to have the discussion, but the $23 an hour has really come out of, from what I can tell, Instagram and the world of that, but I just want to put that on the record. Have we looked at the effects around compaction? As a business owner, one thing that has hit me incredibly hard, especially trying to wrap my mind around 23, which is just, to me, outrageous, because that's what I pay a lot of my managers and some of my higher managers. And what happens when somebody walking in the door is at 23 an hour and I deal with my manager that's at 23 an hour, now I'm going to have to raise him $5 more. And what is that effect? Have we looked at what that effect could be to local business?
We have not. That would be included as part of analysis of the overall local picture with respect to our market and economy. However, it's correct, even as a city organization, if there were a proposed minimum wage above the state minimum wage, then there's potential that we would also need to look at that in our budgeting process.
Great. And the other thing that has kind of come to mind with this around looking at I guess it would be the demographics of our community and who is not able, or who is working in a minimum wage job because that's all they can get. And I think about this because as Heavenly is one of our largest employers for people that are moving to town, their starting wage right now is at $20 an hour. And so do we have an idea of how many people are not able to get into a $20 an hour job, or even a job that's at 16 plus tips is well over 20? do we have any idea around, the amount of people that are forced to work in a minimum wage job, essentially?
I do not have that data, and I'm not sure of a source in order to determine whether someone took a job because it was all they could find versus something that they desired to do. I'm not sure of a source of that particular data, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it is, and it is difficult. I agree. I mean, I just have my own perspective and viewpoint, and I don't see the need for us to mandate that, because I don't see a lot of our community being forced into minimum wage jobs personally. In my 27 years here, it seems to be that you can get the job that you're willing to work hard to get. So that's my position. I will wait for our discussion to bring it into more of a discussion. Excuse me. All right. I will move on to Mr. Robbins. Thank you.
Yeah. Answer the question correctly. In Sonoma's process, were they able to collect data? Or do we know if they were able to collect data on the distribution of who earned what wages? Because, with a bedroom in a shared house being around $1,000 now, a living wage relative to an income is sort of the relevant metric for the purpose of a minimum wage. But in order to know that, you also want to know where the wage earners are at, or at least where the non-tipped wage earners are at. Were they able to resolve that for their analysis and their process?
I have not dove deeply into their analysis and their data.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to explore here. And to respond to Cody's point, it was my idea, right? My proposal, and that was my as an individual.
Let's. I cut myself off because we want to keep to questions, and we'll come back to discussion. Ms. Wallace.
This question actually may be for Ms. Tigamarova. Isn't it true that if whatever the minimum wage is, the minimum salary has to be double the minimum wage?
In the state of California.
I'm asking our Director of Finance.
Yeah, just
I'm sorry, I am not aware of that exact rule. HR might be a better source for that.
Is Ms. Buckman in the room? I think I know the answer, and that is the case. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
all right. If there are no other questions from council, which I am seeing none, we are going to go ahead and go to public comments. We have the right to limit this to 2 minutes. I'm not going to do that tonight because I want to give everybody the right to speak. I'm really grateful for you all to be here, but please try to respect our process. If you guys can work through a few people giving us the message, that would be great. And please also remember what I tried to put on the record before, that $23 an hour did not come from this council. So with that, Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber and Keep Community First. Wanting to make sure that we got through this, we have organized a group of restaurant operators who would like to speak with you in sequence. So the purpose is not to repeat, and the purpose is to keep to the 2-minute operation. So if you would allow me, I would like to introduce that group so they could come forward, give you their name and their business, and provide testimony. Thank you. Who's number one?
All right, whoever, go ahead and just state your name for the record.
This is the first time I've ever spoken here. I hope I'm not out of line.
If I may, we have like a little association that we're just gonna cram some stuff with. Is that okay if I jump in quick?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, sweet. Can we restart that?
Sure, just please state your name for the record.
Yeah, for sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Nate Riffle, and I am the owner and operator of the hangar here in town. Myself, along with a few other members of the South Tahoe Restaurant Association, and it seems like a good portion of the community, are here to share some of our thoughts with you tonight on this contentious topic. I'm going to add a little personal lens to this as well. So since we first opened our doors in 2018, I, along with this group and everybody in this town, have faced some incredibly challenging and unprecedented times. Times that we all persevered through together as a community. The pandemic in 2020, the Caldor fire in 21, the astronomically high insurance rates that followed. As a business owner, I'm sure you can relate to, or a homeowner, for God's sake. The second largest winter on record last year in 22 and 23. And on top of that, we're all trying to balance inflationary costs that hit every single aspect of our business. Equipment, cost of goods sold, market pressure for increasing labor costs, on top of incredibly tight margins already. And we want so badly to be in a position to offer our employees more, like benefits, novel concept. All in, while we may have survived those challenging moments and continue to provide a unique experience for our locals and visitors alike, this proposed wage increase could be the kiss of death for some of these local businesses, myself included. So while this topic may have been tabled with good intentions or uninformed intentions, I urge you to really consider the real, true, and full ramifications that this would have on all small and locally owned businesses and the people who are currently employed there. Taking it upon myself, I've done a little bit of digging on the topic since it's been tabled. There is zero correlation between rent prices and an individualized increase in minimum wage. The most expensive county in the country, not El Dorado, Santa Cruz, currently stands at $16 an hour for minimum wage. So why? And they don't have to contend with the seasonality that we do here, or the scathing op-eds that are being written discouraging those to come and visit and support our businesses and our local economy. The issue here is not wages. Please don't make us, small business owners, the fabric of our community, shoulder this burden, and do not let our town be a failed experiment in uninformed philanthropy. Thank you for your time. I yield my time to the floor.
Thank you. And please, again, as I've had to say, I really would appreciate you guys following our procedures and not clap. Yes, you can wave your hands, but please do not clap. Well,
First of all,
Ms. Perini, thank you. Come forward.
thank you.
Yes.
New York, San Francisco, LA does not have a $30. And it's not 30. By the time we pay the taxes for all these employees, it comes to almost $40. We take care of them for food, we take care of them for everything else. And I could give I don't care about Sonoma County. I like South Lake Tahoe. This is where we should put our support. These small businesses are not going to be here. You go down the street, there's nothing there. It's disgusting that we let these little businesses go. How many people have little business up here? Well, stand up, who wants this new tax raise? Nobody wants it. Talk to your people before you put things on the council, that these people have to be pressured into saying, oh, I can't hire a high school kid coming in. I'd like to hire them. They need support of this town. They don't need to be out. They need to work, and they like working. You have to do something. And that $6,000 thing, those people shop in our stores, they eat in our restaurants, they go to the gas station, they go everywhere. Please think before you put this on the ballot. I don't know how you came up with $31 or $30. It's ridiculous. You couldn't support your business. I don't know what you do, Scott, but nobody can support their business up here. One of my girls makes a lot more than that, but I have young girls working for me. They're in high school. Am I going to say, sorry, you can't work here? After working every year for me, I don't care about any other county. I love South Lake Tahoe. These little businesses need the support of us. It's not fair that you're doing this. You have to look at what's going on here. I've been here 60 years. How many years have you been here, Scott? Huh? I'm asking you a
again,
question.
you guys, if you don't mind.
We'd like to know how many
please.
years all of you have been here. I know what goes on. This is absolutely ridiculous. Think before you open your mouth to put these on the board. You've done great things for this county. Don't put us down on this project. You support these little businesses. I'm a little business. It's not fair. I mean, like I told you, I am supporting the people that work for me for a whole year. I love my business. I love my clients. I like people coming in. Don't do this to us. We have to keep this city strong, and it's not going to be by raising the prices and $6,000. Think of something else. It's not fair to them. I have little school teachers that have homes, doctors, people that hardly make a living, and they've had these houses. Don't make them sell them. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Perini, I appreciate it. And go ahead and come forward, thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I don't own a business. I don't work for a big corporation. I've been in South Lake Tahoe for 40 years. I work for a small business owner. I would rather have my job than him close his office because he cannot afford to pay the wages that have been submitted. He cannot afford to pay the income tax, the Social Security, all the extra things. A $23 an hour employee winds up costing them about $42 an hour. We can't do this. Please don't put us, little people that depend on our jobs to take care of our families and to pay the rent that is necessary. Don't do this. Don't close these businesses. Don't put us out of work. We have no alternative. Maybe some of the jobs aren't warranted for $23 an hour. Maybe some are warranted for more. I would hope that we would be employed and employers would evaluate their need and what they can afford to pay. They offer these jobs, and then we take these jobs. Is it easy to pay rent? Of course not. My husband is 80, I'm 75. I had to go back to work. And I had to go back to work in order to pay our bills. But I'm a proud human being. And I am proud of our town. I am proud of all of you trying to make a better life for us. But please, think of those of us who will be in the streets if you force our employers to pay this kind of money. Thank you.
Your comments? All right, again, geez. All right, go right ahead.
Hello, Mayor and fellow council members. I was asked to speak on behalf of the council and what minimum wage would do if raised to $23 an hour, which you've cleared up is not necessarily the intent. However, my speech is based on that, so I'm going to do a little ad-libbing. Obviously, as you've pointed out, Mayor, $23 an hour for, or let's just call it a raised minimum wage, will elevate all employees' wages. That's great. You know, I support elevated wage. However, like you pointed out, Mayor, what do I pay my next guy? What do I pay my next guy? We hire J1 students to come here over the summer, and we hire a lot of internationals who breathe life into this community. And can I afford to pay them this higher minimum wage? Not necessarily if I'm going to be paying my seasoned long-term vets. What will that minimum wage go to, or what would that wage go to? It just exceeds the realm of possibility as a small-time owner. A question was asked about minimum wage, or sorry, minimum salary, and from my understanding and what we practice is double minimum wage times 40 hours times 52, which currently is $66K. So for an introductory salary manager, you're making $66K, who's never fired, never hired, never experienced these portions of the business, and we take it very, very personal. We try to train from within, hire from within, and we grow local community members into leaders, supervisors, and managers, and that makes me extremely proud. I'm very proud to do that, and it brings joy to see somebody succeed and move on. a raise, and my math is to 23 an hour, but if we moved it to 23 an hour, that would bring base salary to somebody who's never done those core jobs to $93K. Like, that's a lot of money. I can't afford to do that business. Payroll expense will also go up. Between Social Security, Medi-Cal, and unemployment, we pay roughly 12.5% on that. So added that to all the other expenses, my math on $23 an hour was an extra $150,000 in just taxes on that alone. I realize I'm running low on time, but I wanted to conclude on a study from Harvard Business Review posted in 2021. New research suggests that a raising minimum wage can actually have a significant negative impact to total compensation on hourly workers. Researchers analyzed data on more than 50,000 employees at a single national retailer, compared to outcomes for workers in California, which has seen several minimum wage increases during the study period. They found that in the stores experiencing minimum wage increases, workers on average worked fewer hours per week, were less likely to qualify for benefits, and had less consistent schedules. These factors corresponded to a negative impact of 11.6%.
Thank you for your comments. I hate to cut you off. We just got a lot of comments, but thank you for your comments. Very appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Mrs. Brown.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. My name is Debbie Brown. I own Coldwater Brewery and Grill, and feeling a lot of trepidation coming to this meeting today. My manager reminded me this morning, she said, "You're doing this for all of us. This is why you're doing it. It's for your people." I had a gal come into my bar the other day. She said to me, "I've been through all the minimum wage increases. And you know, it hasn't made one difference to me. It's made it to my boss. It's made it to the bosses and the things that they needed to change to make that minimum wage work." Let's talk about how people make it work. Okay? So the guy who has a contracting business, a construction business, he's doing a big project for somebody, right? He's going to add 30% extra to it, and he's going to still get the bid. He's still going to get the money because it's a big investment. It's important to him, okay? The retailer, they can add 100% to the cost of goods. That's what they do. So what happens when minimum wage goes up? Well, they take it a little bit less in the margin, or guess what? They bump that up to 125%. Food and beverage does not have that ability. We run on the leanest margins there are. Who wants a $40 burger? You're waiting for that? Because that's what happens when we go ahead and we make minimum 23. We already experienced it when Heavenly went in 2022 in the spring and said they were bumping up their hours, their dollar rate to $20 an hour. Every business in this town had to deal with the compression of what comes from that. And I can't tell you what the overall percentage was that we took in because of that. Nobody's really recovered from that, to be quite honest. The one thing I can say is those who do pay a $20 rate of pay have a tendency to never include overtime. They don't make close to 40 hours a week, okay? But that's why they can afford that. We can't. So these unintentional consequences, you don't know the enormity of it. The only thing I ask for council, no action. That's it. No action.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Just state your name for the record, if you could.
Hello, my name is Brennan Turion. I'm a second-generation business owner and lifetime resident of South Lake Tahoe. I own Lake Tahoe Pizza Company. I'm here on behalf of my customers and on behalf of my employees. A vote for an increase in minimum wage will be a vote for an increase in costs, which will ultimately result in an increased cost of living. It will also result in a loss of hours. And from my understanding, some of the affordable housing require a minimum hours worked per week. This would be counterproductive. Like my colleague Debbie said, restaurants operate on a 5 to 10% margin. That's very small. Labor is 30% of our budget. It is going to have an enormous effect on all of these businesses to survive. And I do mean survive. The theme of this region has been survival since the Donner Party and the Washoe Tribe. And the highway getting washed out, wildfires, pandemics, winters, we have to afford to pay our employees because we do work for them and for our customers to survive, to keep our doors open. The less money that we have within that 5% to keep our doors open, to maintain quality food production and not automate food production, the first thing I'm gonna have to do is change my business model. I do not want to be an app-based business. My family has been in the business of full-service dining with high-quality pizza. This is a direct attack on that. We can't do it. We don't need to overstep the most progressive state in the country and arguably the world when our servers are already making $10 to $40 in cash tips over minimum wage an hour, not including food that we give them. This is unnecessary. I think this council needs to consider an economic study before any of this is done, or numbers $23, $50, $60 an hour. Let's think about what we're doing here. There's going to be less hours available for employees, less businesses that are surviving and open, and more abandoned buildings in town, and a higher cost of living. We are here to survive. We are all surviving here together. And we've been through a lot in the last 5 years, some businesses in the last 50 years when power and gas went out. We have to survive through things that most other places anywhere don't have to survive through. So please, be on our side. Help us out. We are here for our customers and our employees. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandra from Tahoe, and we are a bookstore coffee shop. We employ about 20 people year-round on average, of which about 1/3 is a full-time staff and 2/3 are high school students and college students. With that said, I want to just add on what all my fellow restaurant owners have said. And I want to add to that is that we're talking about $23 an hour, but is that what people are looking for? So I've looked at it from a different angle. I had a very high staff turnover, and I was trying to retain people, and that was my biggest problem. And I actually looked at it differently, and I asked everybody what they wanted. Why were they working a full-time job at, for example, Whole Foods, where they were walking away with less money than that they were going to walk away from my business, right? And it was benefits. And so I looked at it. I swallow very, very hard when I pay their healthcare bill, but that's what they were looking for. So we're looking at a faux problem today. And so that was my wrap-up. Thank you so much for your time. Yep.
Thank you. Yes, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gardner, and my family and I own the Red Hut Cafes. We've been in South Lake Tahoe since 1959. Well over 60 years. We have employees that have been there for over 45 years. We have too many to count that have been there over 20 years, 15 years. We have people that come back every summer. I do a very good job of retaining my employees. I treat them well. If you take the minimum wage to whatever it is, $23 an hour or whatever, I won't be able to treat my employees well. I'll be able to treat the person that comes in for 20 minutes and, busses a table. We'll pay for them. I totally agree with what the other restaurant owners have been saying, and I want to leave as much time as possible for them to. Everybody's saying the same thing. This is crazy. Let us run our businesses the way that we see fit since 1959. I've got to say, this makes me sound very conceited, very full of myself. I think the Red Hut has been here forever and will be here forever. We are not going anywhere, but you do this to us, and we will be forced to make other choices. So please listen to the businesses that have only been here for a few years, handful of years. We've lived through it all. I think we'll live through this. But please, this was, it seems like just kind of came off the cuff without a lot of thought or preparation or intention for what will happen to everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner.
Good evening, council members and city management. My name is Danny Scott, and I'm the Director of Operations with Azul and Basecamp Pizza. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of Ray Villeman, the owner of our 2 restaurants. Thank you for allowing local entrepreneurs the opportunity to provide a real-life example of how the proposed increase in minimum wage would negatively affect our businesses. The reason we know the negative implications of such increases to minimum wage is from the time period of January 2017, when the state of California began wage increases each year until the present, starting at $10 an hour until our present-day $16 an hour wage. I would like to share the economic impact of those increases over 60% in labor costs for our restaurants. Our industry, as you know, employs the largest percent of first-time job employees due to the nature of part-time and seasonal employment that provides a great deal of scheduling flexibility. Many high school and college students began learning about workforce responsibilities at our local restaurants. These employees, on average, intend to work with us until they graduate and/or move out of the area. In other words, we are in an industry that relies on transitional workforce. Due to the past 5 years of annual increases of minimum wage, our menu prices have increased dramatically, over 86%, resulting in less local guests and an increase in tourist-only traffic. Equally important, we have been forced to reduce the number of employees we employ by incorporating more technology and streamlining our operations by utilizing fewer team members. For any industry, when forced to absorb more than 50% of an increase in labor costs, the net result was a dramatic decrease in margins, decrease in guest traffic, and our average large pizza price went from $18 in 2017 to today's $32. By continuing to increase minimum wage, you will effectively drive prices higher at all businesses, reduce our number of available jobs, and our only diners will be the higher income earners. If the city of South Lake Tahoe is intent on negatively impacting local businesses and reducing the number of team members we can employ, I can assure you that many business owners will look to move their businesses very short distance across the state line, including Basecamp and Azul. As much as we love our South Lake Tahoe community, this city council would be sending us and every restaurant owner a very clear message to stop expanding in South Lake Tahoe and move to a more business-friendly environment. I request that you terminate this discussion this evening due to economic hardship a minimum wage would cause to businesses, employees, and the residents of South Tahoe. For a visual of who opposes this proposal, please stand up.
Loud and clear.
Great. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
comments. Tamugan.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tamugan. I just wanted to state that, I understand that you guys have a lot on your plate with this topic, and it's a very hot button issue. But I wanted to ask how many of us really enjoy the culture that we have here, and how many of us would really not want to see our town become another Vail or Aspen or other types of towns like that. And I would assume it's not a lot. I wanted to reach out to you because today I think that raising the minimum wage is detrimental to our community in the way that it's presented. I understand that a minimum wage wants to be a livable wage for a lot of members of our community here. And I do understand that, but I believe that it's actually going to have the opposite effect. A lot of studies about minimum wage increases helping small businesses are true, yes, but a lot of them are based on urban areas where the high cost of living isn't necessarily correlated to rural areas. With the wage being raised, I think that this will affect our small town businesses a lot heavier than we really believe. As I've stated before, we're a tourist town. Because of this, when we raise prices more, when local businesses raise prices more than they already are, the local community is going to be priced out of these places. We're already seeing that with a lot of the larger conglomerates taking over a lot of businesses, such as Wolf opening up. Small businesses have been struggling a lot after COVID with multiple price hikes due to vendor supply chain issues, COVID, a bunch of different issues that a lot of small businesses have eaten up. I believe that if we really want to improve our community here, I don't think that raising the minimum wage is the proper way to do it. The larger companies and enterprises that we have here don't have a problem with this because they have different chains and different places to get their payroll from. However, when small businesses are in the slow season, which is usually around fall and spring, they're going to see their sales slump and they're not going to be able to pay for that price hike, and they're going to have to be cutting a lot of consumers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tamugan. Mr. Spinola.
Very good. All right, John Messina again. It's not about the money. This morning, I had breakfast with one of them, and he was trying to hire a worker for one day, an unskilled worker, offering $20 an hour. And the first call he got, the guy said, "No, I'm going to go live with my parents in Las Vegas. I don't feel like working this week." And apparently they pay his apartment up here. The next two said, "No, we're going to go skiing today. We're not interested in working for you." And then what was the next one? The next two said, no, they couldn't work today because they were too hungover from the party at Kiva Beach last night. The sixth one, he finally called a guy, an elderly guy in Reno, and he said yes, he'd be happy to work for $20 an hour. It'd take him an hour to get here. It's not the money, it's the attitude towards working. Now, on this proposal, none of the towns used as examples are ski towns. None of them depend on seasonal work. None of them are on the border of Nevada, a state with a $10.25 minimum wage. And none of them are paying the wages that he wants us to pay our employees. So this is very shoddy workmanship. This does nothing to stabilize the economy, the gig economy, which is our big problem. Part-time jobs do not provide essential income and benefits of traditional employment. You can't buy a house if you're only working 20 hours a week. This proposal is a waste of the city's time and resources because there is already a better plan on the November ballot. Why are we duplicating what's already been done? We're spinning our wheels for nothing. And I'm pretty sure that one is going to pass because who wouldn't vote for themselves a raise? There's other problems. It violates the Fifth Amendment takings clause by forcing employers to become payers of welfare to their employees. It also violates the due process clause. Due process. Anyway, I'll go on. We will need to use the funds that were traditionally set aside for
Thank you, Mr.
housing.
Just please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Mac. I'm a kid in 7th grade. Last summer, my brother got his first job after his 7th grade year. I wanted to. And if the minimum wage is increased, no one will be able to hire me. Recently, I went in and filled out an application and turned it in. Unfortunately, if minimum wage is increased, I may not be employed because it will be too costly. In addition, I have a small skill set. That is why I need to be taught more skills. That's what I hope my first job does. If business owners need to pay more to employees, they might raise prices for products. When I bike to buy candy with the money I made from babysitting, it's already a lot, and I don't want it to go up. Therefore, prices everywhere will probably go up as well. Or businesses may even need to go out of business because they cannot afford employees, causing unintended consequences. Thank you for your time.
So much. That one's fine, yeah. All right. Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name is Gianna Aveni. I'm one of the owners of Blue Granite Climbing Gym. I'm not in the restaurant industry, but still in the service industry. I wanted to take a second before addressing the effects that this would have on local businesses, just to talk about where local businesses are currently. We opened our business in 2018. Since then, in the last 5.5 years, our payroll expenses, which are our largest expense that we have, it's over half of our total expenses, have increased by 220% already. And we try really hard to keep up. Sorry, I'm going a little off. We love our business, we love our employees, and we're trying to do everything that we can. And after this 220% increase in our payroll expenses that's simultaneously happening with operating for 3 years at a loss due to forced closures and COVID, it's just a huge slap in the face. And I just want, oh my God, I'm sorry. I just want to ask to be able to run my business. I want to do what's best for my employees, but I need to create a stable environment and a healthy business to be able to do that. And 2023, we were able to turn a profit after COVID. Oh my God. And it's the first time that our payroll expenses have finally started to level out. And I just want a break. I just want an opportunity to take advantage of this, to continue, thank you, continue making improvements for our business and for our employees. I know the $23 an hour I now found out is not actually a solid number, but I had done calculations based on that. Part of our vision for our business is to provide for the community an affordable option. We, in the last 5.5 years, despite exponential payroll increases, have only increased our membership by $15 so far. We would need to increase it another $25 to account for a payroll increase to $23 an hour. I'd like to encourage the City Council to get creative and just look at some other options here. I think that Sandra brought up a good point. Just what are some other things we can do? A potential option would be something like a healthcare marketplace that would allow small business owners the option to elevate that experience for our employees, but it's too hard for us to afford on our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Yes, Bryce.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Bryce Bierke. I'm the General Manager of Riva Grill, a business that has been successful in South Lake Tahoe for 26 years. On average, Riva Grill employs 100 people year-round. We don't lay anybody off during the off-season or slow season, which we're very proud to be able to do, but it comes at a major cost to our bottom line. During peak season, our employee levels go above 150 employees. We typically have a mix of about 30% back of the house and 70% front of the house employees. As City Councilman Robbins describes our unseen and unconsidered back of the house employees, they all make over minimum wage. plus tips, and most of them are north of $20 an hour currently. We've worked really hard to create a balance in our work environment and value each and every position in our restaurant. The other 70% of our workforce are minimum wage paid employees, front of the house, that are tipped, employees that consist of year-round servers, as well as high school students, college students, and international J1 students looking to work seasonal summer positions. The pay increase for a full-time minimum wage employee will cost an employer an extra $14,560 per employee per year. The increase alone will cost Riva Grill over $1 million, and this is before payroll tax increases and workman's compensation increases and insurance as well. Restaurants operate on a very small margin and barely keep the doors open with the profit that they do make. Between increased costs on commodities due to COVID that have not gone down, insurance and utilities doubling due to wildfires in California, and the wage increase for the last 8 years, businesses have a tough enough time surviving without the addition of a city government mandated 45% pay increase. Council, we are hereby requesting that you terminate this discussion this evening, as this proposed increase is not sustainable for any business, especially the restaurant business. Riva Grill and most other South Lake Tahoe restaurants will have no other choice but to close their doors. We've survived, like everybody else has said, between wildfires, a pandemic, and this wage increase will be the final nail in most of our coffins. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Just please state your name for the record.
Hey, my name's Jack.
Could just turn the mic on there, folks.
Cool. Can you hear me now? Okay. So our city has an obligation to raise the minimum wage, to raise the standard of living for its citizens and ensure a thriving community. It's therefore all of your responsibilities to initiate a public process to explore a potential local minimum wage ordinance, and all of our responsibilities to hold them accountable. Every citizen in South Lake Tahoe deserves an enhanced quality of life per the mission statement of the city's own strategic plan. Increases in minimum wage have proven to shrink gender and racial wage gaps, creating more equitable communities. To anticipate some objections, the two that I hear most regarding minimum wage increases are: one, increasing the minimum wage hurts small businesses, and more recently, raising the minimum wage contributes to inflation. If you're nervous about either of those things, I'm happy to report that an exhaustive body of data doesn't support either fear. Small businesses actually benefit from minimum wage increases. A survey from January 2021 found that a majority of small businesses absorbed the rise in labor costs associated with the state and local minimum wage increases, citing benefits including increases in productivity, reductions in employee turnover, and increases in consumer spending. People need to have money to buy what businesses are selling. Minimum wage increases go right back into local economies. This is because workers who receive these pay increases are more likely to spend their money than high-income households. A study by the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago estimated that a $1 raise for a minimum wage worker translated into an additional $2,080 in consumer spending annually. Moreover, 15 years of research from Dartmouth College's Tuck School of Business shows that raising minimum wages does not significantly increase unemployment levels. For those concerned about inflation, both history and projections of the future dispute this view. There is sufficient historical data to demonstrate that minimum wage increases have minimal impact on how goods are priced. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis has noted that this trend both during recessions and periods of economic growth. Additionally, a cost analysis of a potential federal minimum wage increase to $15, that'd be for the country in this case, shows a statistically insignificant inflation increase of 0.1% when projected over 5 years. These things are within our community's control, not outside forces or an apathetic economy. Many opponents of minimum wage increases rely on the fallacy of low-skill workers to justify corporate greed and a fear of occupying the very place in society themselves. Low-skill labor does not exist. Every job requires a specific skill set, and our social structures artificially inflate or deflate their value. Without patent law, for example, the work of a biotechnician or a software engineer would be less valuable. The fact that productivity gains have vastly outpaced wage increases are a direct result of the structure that we have put in place, structures which have increased income inequality through policies that have devalued workers' skills, particularly minimum wage workers.
Thank you, Jack. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Greetings. My name's John Evans, and I own the
Cold Stone Creamery in the village. I don't believe that the last gentleman owns a business because that's patently absurd. So I'll give you my journey getting here. I bought Cold Stone in 2017. At the time, the minimum wage was $9 an hour. And I feel like they've kept moving the goalpost up on me. It was supposed to be $1 a year up until it got to be 15. And I factored all of that in. Got to be 15, then it got to be 16. And I'm actually an example of the $20 minimum wage one, because they classified Cold Stone, California, wrote in their law that I'm a fast food, even though I just serve ice cream dessert. And so I had to go up to 20 in April, which will make my payroll go up a quarter this year. Now, my employees, it's all first jobs. They're mostly 14, 15, 16-year-old high school kids who live with their parents and are claimed as dependents. On top of that, they can make $100 in tips when they work. So I finally gotten it. It was supposed to be 15, went up to 16. I finally thought, hey, at some point this thing's gonna level out. My sales go up every year. My profits go down every year. I'm charging $12 for a small shake. If this goes up to $23, which apparently that's not on the table, I'm gonna be charging $15 for a shake. My prices this year went up $1.50, and I'm not sure if that's enough. I'm waiting for the dust to settle. My contract with my landlord, I negotiate based on the terms that this thing was gonna level out or 15 or maybe go up 50 cents or whatever. I've just gone up $4.50 an hour for 15-year-old kids that basically, and they're getting tips, okay? If this continues, I won't be able to sell my business because it's not profitable, and I'm just gonna have to give it away. My whole life savings, which I made bartending on a minimum wage job in tips for 25 years, okay? That's how I bought the business. I'll have to give it up for nothing, and then I'll be in line for a $23 an hour job. So, that's what you're doing, if this continues. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Again, please keep the clapping down if you could. Thank you.
Juan? So this looks pretty easy. What I'm seeing here is just, as I'm reading out of the agenda, is on item 17, number 1, initiate a public process to explore a potential local minimum wage ordinance. I don't see an amount being $23 an hour, which I'm assuming is just rumor. And I've seen other cities do it where they discuss it, and the minimum wage might either stay at stay at the state level, or maybe go up $1 or $2. But all I'm seeing here is just to explore it, and I think our council should explore it, whether or not anything may happen. And it's pretty much cut and dry here. I read the agenda packet out there and didn't see any amount of increase in the minimum wage, just to explore. And let me see what else here. Oh yeah, aside from this, someone had mentioned about being the welfare for employees. Well, the ones that have abused the system are the corporate employers, such as Walmart, which it was said that Walmart was telling their employees and encouraging them to apply for public assistance. And maybe our council could do an amendment to investigate the multi-billion-dollar publicly traded corporations that are trading the stock exchange that tell their employees to go apply for public assistance programs such as Section 8, food stamps, as these multi-billion corporate employers shouldn't be getting subsidized. So this is a good way to go, or set a minimum wage for these corporations. But other than that, I just don't see an amount here. I'm just seeing more panic than anything else. There's nothing here about $23 an hour minimum wage. And I would just encourage our city council to explore establishing an ordinance, whether or not it may happen, or just do a study and explore it. I mean, don't see anything complicated about this, just to explore. And it's just pretty much cut and dry. I mean, don't see any increase. I mean, the agenda packet was pretty simple, what I read there. And thank you, Scott, for bringing this up. And me and many locals support you. Actually, a lot of them, that's why you won. And keep up the good work and bring policies like this. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. State your name for the record.
Good evening. Don Havard, representing a local business in town, Chicken in a Barrel, with my wife. Collectively, I guess we now make up corporate greed. Giving people a chance to make more money, very admirable. Can't disagree with that. We all want everyone to do better. However, the best way to do that is not by forcing businesses to just pay an arbitrary amount and say that's a sustainable wage. The answer is educating people, giving people opportunity to make what they want out of life, giving them independence. After all, isn't that what this country was founded on? Give them education, make education affordable. LTCC has a program that allows 1 or and maybe even 2 years for no tuition for those who choose to go. Encourage that. Encourage people to go to trade schools. Let people get those first-time jobs, learn on the job, get that entry-level job and learn what it's like to have a job and be part of the working class. That part of a segment of the workforce, those students, the high school students, the college students, those members of a family that might just want to make a little extra money working a part-time job so they can do a different vacation this year. Those seniors that just want to stay busy because they retired already. They don't want a high-pressure job. They'll take a low-skilled job or a job that doesn't require any skills just to be part of the community. At $23 an hour or whatever rate is forced upon businesses that's above what they can afford, is going to force those businesses to make other decisions. Those jobs won't be available. And those jobs are an important part of the economy. They can't be ignored. Yes, those people that need sustainable living, they need to make their own way. Those people that provide these jobs, they help make those services affordable to the general public at large. If wages go up this high for the most unskilled and entry-level jobs, that money has to come from somewhere. It's not going to come from the owners. I know many of these owners in the room. Some have done very well, but not all of them can afford this. At most, you would describe them as middle class, certainly not rich. So that leaves prices to go up. Consuming public doesn't want to pay those prices. Businesses fail, and most of those businesses fail are local businesses because they don't have the corporate capital, they don't have the resources to buy technology. Just look around at the number of kiosks that have come to town and the self-service checkout lanes. Those are all big corporations that can afford that. The mom and pops can't.
Thank you for your comments.
How's it going? My name's Connor McKean. I'm the owner of The Woods off Harrison Avenue. Unlike some of the business owners in here, we've only been open for less than a year. I would like to get to where Kelly and the Red Hut are and be at 50 years. With this minimum wage increase, whether it's to 23 or not, I probably won't make it. I'll probably shut my doors. I don't know about the council, but I don't like driving through town, seeing boarded up buildings, fences, and vacancies. No one's gonna buy that Denny's building forever. The roof's about to fall down. It's gonna be vacant. I don't like seeing our town like that. I like driving through, seeing the local businesses that I can support. I grew up here, I've always loved that. I've always supported local, and it's not gonna be feasible. Like at my restaurant, I would have to charge $30 for a burger if we went to $23 an hour. If you're from out of town, like Colorado, where gas is $2.39, you see a $30 burger on the menu, you're not gonna wanna come back to Tahoe. I just don't support it. I think the council could save themselves a lot of time and just disband it right now. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Alex Levov, and I'm not a business owner. I just want to support local business owners, and I think the increase of minimum wage for just a single city doesn't really make a lot of sense. We can look, for example, at Bay Area. Let's explore. For example, let's look at Palo Alto. If you want to make minimum wage to be livable wage in Palo Alto, based on the rent that Palo Alto has, $3,400, and the minimum livable wage has to be $65 an hour in that city. How people do this in Bay Area? They commute. Because either they commute or they live with their parents, because if they make like minimum wage, that's the only choice they have. So I think in South Lake Tahoe, we have to explore other options. Otherwise, what happens, we're going to have more businesses closed. And again, like in one city, doesn't make sense, because what happens, people just drive 5 minutes to State Line and buy, much more affordable burger there, or go to Mayor's and do the same. Carson City also, like not too far away. Anyway, so I think from this point, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello again, Dan May for the record. While I do agree that there is a affordability problem in our community, I do not support increasing minimum wage at this time. When I do support minimum wages in general, and I am grateful for the fact that we live in California where we have a $16 minimum wage. I'm not saying $16 is necessarily enough to live a good adult life, but I am saying that I'm grateful that we're already at that place. When I think about raising the minimum wage and having a minimum wage, I think about checking corporate power. And what I'm hearing here tonight is not corporate power. I'm hearing local business owners who want to own a business. I want to be able to, I am so grateful that I'm going to Blue Granite Climbing Gym and not to 20 Part Fitness, to South Tahoe Pizza Company and not Pizza Hut. And I would miss so much if I didn't feel connected to the businesses as being part of this community, and I'm grateful that they're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nash.
Hello, council members. Thank you. My name is Natalie Yanish. I know that we've had a lot of folks who have come up here to talk about that this is a bad policy for our community. However, I have more of a comment regarding the procedure. So if you are going to be having a study implemented, that is going to be a cost to the city, and it's also going to cost staff time. I don't think that that has been discussed yet, and I think that that is an important element for you to discuss later. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. Jerry Bendel with the Keep Community First Coalition, as well as the South Tahoe Lodging Association. Our coalition, and I'm going to read this verbatim, on the minimum wage increase, advocates for aligning minimum wage discussions with the established requirements of California, which is the most progressive state already in this country. We promote stability and consistency in labor policies that support both workers and businesses alike. The other thing that we promote is to stop dividing this community. That is what we promote. Stop dividing South Tahoe. The salt of the earth, the salt of what our community is these people. Okay? I'm a hotel guy. I put butts in beds. That's what we do. We pay more than $18 an hour on average to our entry-level housekeepers, front desk staff already. The hotel workers do that because they are not tipped positions. In California, sir, we must pay a minimum wage to restaurants the same as everyone else. The restaurant workers are tipped workers. These businesses are why our visitors come up here. I put them in the beds, they service them, and give them the great experience while they're here. We cannot starve our businesses that we rely on so much. So by stop dividing South Tahoe, it's stop having these type of discussions, which just waste staff time, waste the city council's time. Stop the discussion on this, and then we will move on to the vacancy tax problem, but that's for a future situation. Thank you very much.
Bell. Mr. Bell.
Hello, Seth Dagab. I'm sure you guys are getting tired of hearing the parade of people saying basically the same thing. I'll say everything that they've said I agree with. I'll add that in Douglas County, Nevada, with the most recent increase statewide in Nevada, their minimum wage is $12 an hour. You will see every job that can be moved across the border will be moved across the border. And the more you increase the minimum wage, the more that will be true. I live in South Lake Tahoe. I want the city to thrive. There are myriad regulations imposed on the city by the state that do not exist in Nevada. It is already so much harder to do business on this side of the border. And a missing key piece that hasn't been talked about is all of those cities with higher minimum wages are not border towns. If you look at the California-Nevada border, all the way from the Mexican border all the way up to Oregon, the California side is always the losing side. It's cheaper and easier to do business in every neighboring state than is in California. And imposing a tax on business, which this would be, in a resort town at the border would be incredibly detrimental to the local economy. So I urge you to vote no on further discussion on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Just please state your name for the record.
Hi, guys. I'm Lorene Sanchez from the Burger Lounge, and I'm not going to reiterate what everybody else is saying because I think we're all in that same line. What I would like to tell you what I do to our community as far as our children are concerned. I have spent my lifetime in business in this town helping our kids learn trades, learn self-supplying, self-sufficiency, self-respect, socialism. They come to me, I hire them because nobody else will, and I help them learn a trade and how to get through life. That's my dedication that I've done through my business. If this continues, I've got kids in this community that are parents, they're business owners, they're first-time property buyers. They're successful because of what we have done for them. Okay? That's what is happening to our community. You are dividing it, you're going to kill it, and it will be moved somewhere else. I can actually take my business down the hill and make a better margin in my profit, but it's not my passion because I want to give back to the community through our children. Do we want them to continue to leave? No, we want them to become successful. Give them some respect in this community also. But if we continue to fight, if we continue this path, this is bullshit, and I'm sorry, but I'm very passionate about what I say. I do not agree with any of this division in our community. If we don't unite, it will explode. And it's on that path very strongly. So, again, I love you all, and I respect everybody, but this community is falling apart in a very rapid way, and it has to stop. And if I can't help the kids in my community, I guess I'll go over the hill and do the same thing down there and make more money. But that's not my passion, guys. I've been here for 32 years and have 2 businesses in this town, and they're being destroyed by our economy alone, let alone the insurance and all the other shit that goes with it. Thank you.
Please, if you don't mind, for the 15th time, could you please state your name for the record?
Hi, I am Casey Coulter, and I'm one of the owners of Fire and Ice in the Heavenly Village. And I think after that, that nice young lady pretty much summed everything up. I like her passion, so. But being a restaurant owner, this increase in minimum wage would definitely affect our business. Everybody's already said it. Our margins will change. Our operations will change. We've already suffered post-COVID with supply-demand of labor here in South Lake Tahoe. We've already had to bump up wages, in the 20+ range. So, I mean, I think that we should let the markets kind of dictate the supply demand of labor to make up the wage. And I think it's absurd to pay bartenders and servers $23 an hour. I mean, now, you know, they're making well over, you know, they're probably making $100,000 or whatever. But now you've got the management team, and it's just, it's not going to serve well for these, and smaller businesses in particular. You know, we bought the restaurant in 2016. Since we've been here, I've heard, you know, keep Tahoe pure, keep it, you know, kind of a nice small town. I think this kind of thing will drive small business out. And, you know, this whole, like, you don't want fast food chains, you don't want big brands. Well, that's who's going to be able to afford to come into South Lake. And I certainly wouldn't want that. So anyway, thank you for listening to me.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments. Pete.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Bass. My name's Pete Joseph, and I'm the owner of McPee's Tap House at State Line. I've been operating here in South Lake Tahoe for well over 30 years. Currently employ over 100 people, probably closer to 120, 25 for the summer, many of whom have been with me for a really long time, and quite proud of that. I think my colleagues in the restaurant industry have covered just about everything once or twice, and you know, particularly wanted to touch base on a couple things that Debbie and Bryce and the other restaurant owners have already talked about, that we operate on a very, very low bottom line profit margin. Industry-wide, 6 to 8, 9% maybe. And so a 45% increase in one shot would literally cut us off at the knees, and it would really make it pretty close to impossible to be open and with the same level of service to our guests. And not to mention the sticker shock that our visitors who come to Lake Tahoe to relax and have fun, they would probably likely go to choose to go to another destination resort and not Lake Tahoe. And just as a real life display of what would change just in my little business, my payroll company and CPA, we ran the numbers on what if we applied, I know it's not 23 set in stone, but that applied the $23 an hour to our 2023 payroll, and it would increase our payroll costs over $500,000. And one business, just one business, my business, and I'm sure many others would be you know, relatively the same. The business would not be able to survive, and that also doesn't even include the workers' comp, taxes increase, all the other things that go along with that. So I would urge the council to let this issue die now, and I think if anything, just go along with what the state minimum wage is. And if we are to consider something else, there certainly should be economic feasibility studies done with that. But I think that we should just defer to the state for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sharon Kerrigan. I'm with the South Tahoe Association of Realtors, and as part of a greater coalition, Keep Community First, we're opposed to proposed minimum wage increase in the city, and we would like you to take no action this evening. And you've heard from many, many passionate, incredible local small business owners and operators who are entrepreneurs who work very hard. They do this because they love it, but boy, man, it's hard. It's like babysitting. You don't get to take vacations. You don't get to do a lot of things, but you have that rewarding. You can earn a living on your own in your own way. You know this, sir. You own and operate your own business. This is basically taking, for those small businesses, it's just taking that all off the table for them. We already see that we've got so many businesses in our community that have closed and remained vacant, these properties that are blighted and vacant in our community. We'd love to see something there, something that's more purposeful, better use of those properties. So the local restaurants clearly have already stated their case. For lodging, there are other ways that they can automate. In Sacramento, I stayed in a place where I made a reservation on an app. It had me take a live selfie and upload an ID. They said, okay, you're okay. Here's your credit card. Reservation done. Okay, here's an email with your check-in information. Then I show up at the lodging property. It's a code. I have my code. I get into the lobby. There is no one there. I go to my room. There's a code on the room. There was no one there. So what happens with something like this on a small business? And I recognize the gentleman who spoke earlier talked about corporate greed. We have very few large corporations in this community. Most of them are small business operated. So we'd like you to take a look at that. We've also seen articles since the recent minimum wage increase for fast food workers statewide have been increased. Now that's a real life, live case study that's happening right now that we can pause and we can watch and we can see how that is affecting those businesses. We don't want to see employees right now who are struggling to lose hours or to lose their jobs entirely. We'd love to see everyone paid more and for all to thrive. The coalition, we reached the consensus that forcing this minimum wage, like other recent well-intended tax increase proposals, is just not the solution. Most businesses in our community are already struggling, as you've heard, and we don't want to see more closures or more reduction in services and amenities for locals and visitors alike. Thank you for your time.
Yes, please come forward.
Hi, City Council. My name is Rosemary Wood. I own Pacific Crest Gallery in the Heavenly Village. I live and breathe by our tourist economy. My living for my children, my family, and my employees comes from tourism. You start raising prices to the point where no one wants to come here, and as it is, we're on every major headline about how much we hate our tourists. You're killing us. You've inflated the minimum wage or potentially want to inflate the minimum wage to a point where someone like myself can't afford to hire that teenager who needs his first job. I pay more than minimum wage. I pay a good wage and I pay bonuses. But my employees don't get bonus in the wintertime because I don't have the business. But in the summertime, I spread the wealth. Every employer in this town who wants to have good employees pays them well. We don't have any bad employers. If we do, they're at the corporate level. They're not our bread and butter small business owners. We take care of our employees as best we can. We went through COVID. They stopped the world and didn't let me get off. And I had to let 3 people go that had been with me for 5 years. They said, what am I going to do? I said, I have no idea. I don't know what I'm going to do. But to be so arrogant and to look at what we have in this town and think we own it, that it's ours, that no one else can have it, is wrong. And as a small business owner, I take a personal affront to people that tell me they don't want the tourists in this town, or they don't want the second homeowners in this town, or they want me to raise my prices to such a point where no one wants to come into my store. That's awful. And you're perpetuating it. Don't perpetuate it. Stop it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Wallace.
My name is Dwayne Wallace. I'm the CEO of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce and a member of the coalition of both chambers, the Lodging Association, the Board of Realtors, Tahoe Keys Property Association, and the Restaurant Association. Not evil, rich people, regular folks like you heard tonight. There's another 50 out in the hall sitting here. But they did get pizza, so after we get done, please get some. One of those terrible, mean, rich business people went and brought back about 10 big pizzas. Whenever you rob Peter to pay Paul, Paul's always in agreement. And that's the problem we have. you can put just about anything on the ballot if somebody thinks they're going to benefit from it. There's a misunderstanding and a failure to understand the definition of a minimum wage and a living wage. They're two different things. And by just moving a little language around, it makes you think that you've got one when you've got the other. Minimum wage is for people like me. I was 14 when I went to work for a little hamburger stand like Snowflake or the burger places in town. I didn't know a spatula from a toothbrush. I didn't know anything, and I was taught. And I didn't make them money for a long, long time. But they taught me the restaurant business, and eventually, when I was 20, I bought a restaurant franchise here. And there's people out there in that room I just got to hug and say hi to that worked for me when they were 16 or 17, and now they own restaurants here. I could not have hired them 50 years ago if I had to pay what people are having to pay now. When I started, a ribeye steak sandwich, choice steak, was $1.89, and the minimum wage was about $1.80. And as the minimum wage went up, I had to pay higher wages. It's a zero-sum game for some, as long as they're floating in the economy in one way. But there were others that I hired who were disadvantaged, socially disadvantaged or physically, that couldn't really do the work. Then there's seniors who cannot make another way of making money. We can't raise the prices anymore and have seniors live here. It's not going to work. So thank you to everybody who's turned out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Yes, come forward.
Thank you. So Governor Newsom this month raised minimum wage for certain people from $16 to $20. That's 25% increase, 25. Henry Ford in 1914 doubled, 100% increase for all of his employees. It's 100%. What's being proposed now is another 15% increase over the $20, 15%, and that's gradual. That's over a 5-year period. That's only 2.8% a year. So it's not so bad, is it? But Henry Ford said, I'll top you. 5 years later, 1919, after a world war and during a pandemic, he went from $5 to $6. That's a 20% increase. Sorry, bigger. He kept going. In 1926, it's 7 years later, he said, let's shorten that work week. Instead of 6 days, we'll go to 5. We'll still give you the same 6 days pay, but for 5 days. And effectively, he doubled the leisure time of his employees. So I get it. I get the idea. But the problem here is what Henry Ford knew, and apparently some others don't know. I'll quote him. I'll leave you with this. This is Henry Ford talking in 1926. A man cannot be paid a wage in excess of his production. Otherwise, it would make for poverty instead of wealth.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, Keith.
Keith Roberts, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Ted Kennedy's Restaurant Group in the Village. Of course, I agree with all the other restaurateurs, so I won't rehash all those things. But I wanted to share something that we might be missing when it comes to our employees. As working for big hotel companies over the years, I was sent to management training seminars 3 times, and each 3 times they started the seminar saying that wage is not the most important factor in people in their job satisfaction. It's like number 4th on the list. My wife has multiple unit restaurant experience in hotels in Los Angeles. She now works at one of the food court operations in the casinos for just slightly minimum wage. She works as a assistant general manager, but gets paid just slightly more than her coworkers. And just 2 weeks ago, her boss came to her and said, "I'm going to give you $1 raise." My wife said, "No, you don't have to do that." And I wasn't pleased with that, of course. But I know she loves her boss, she loves her job, she loves the work, she loves her coworkers, and she's happy with her job, and that does make me happy. I can't help but think how many other of our small business owners in town have an employee like maybe Red Hut that's been with them 10, 15, 20 years, and they treat them like family. They come to the family reunions, and how many of those relationships are going to be ruined because they have to automate or they have to cut back hours?
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Just please state your name for the record.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Zayo Reed. I've lived here in Tahoe for over 40 years. When I came here, I worked for $4.50 an hour. And I worked up from there, and I worked hard, and I'm a homeowner now. And I didn't get there because they continue to raise minimum wage. I got there because I worked for it. The impact to the businesses, we've heard a lot about. What's the impact to the employees? It's minimal. Lots of research. It's all out there. The Congressional Budget Office studied this because the federal government wants to also raise the minimum wage. What did they find? They found that, yes, workers lost positions. What were typically unskilled labor jobs were going to skilled labor because they paid more. The unskilled labor did not become employed. They did not learn to be productive citizens like me. They didn't go to buy homes. They were stuck because they weren't employable, because they were priced out of it. Tons and tons of research. Economic research says there's an equilibrium that is reached between what we pay and what we can pay. Yes, when there are lots of workers, business has free rein. They can pay what they want. But when there are less workers, the opposite is true. It reaches its own equilibrium. Free market is important. It's what we based this country on. We need to maintain that. Forcing a wage down the throats of a business is unproductive for everyone, including the worker. When businesses are forced to pay a wage that they can't afford, what do? If they're offering benefits, they don't. My husband's business pays paid holidays. We won't. We used to offer benefits, we gave a raise instead. Those will go away. There won't be more raises. Why would we give you a raise? You're already making enough. Is it a living wage? Maybe not, but I've lived on less than a living wage my whole life. And I've still managed to own a home. And that's possible for every person out there. Work hard, save your pennies, you'll get there too. And you don't need the government to do it for you.
Thank you for your comments. Please. Yep.
Scott Loberg. If you want a vibrant economy and you want long-term workers, what you need to do is have an ordinance and kill the J1 program. The J1 program, used to you could go online and look at it. Now it's locked. You have to have a business to look at it, but you go on Google J1 calculator, you punch in the hours, how many hours a week, how many weeks, and out of 17, they work 17 weeks on average on the contracts, and they avoid paying benefits and taxes in the excess of $4,000 per 17-week contract. That's $12,000, and that's city taxes, that's FICA, that's insurance, because the workers have to come with their insurance, whether or not the local hospitals take that insurance or not. They have to come with their own insurance. I worked 40 years in labor as a union vice president, shop steward, contract negotiator, SEIU 250, 752, 535, 521, Unite Here Local 19, which was actually the fastest growing union in the fastest international in the country. And I'm against increasing the minimum wage. When I started working, I refused to go work until it went up. It went up a nickel. And so I started at $3.35. I really think you need to look at the J1 calculator. Google that. If you've got a business, you could punch in, and it'll show you exactly how much that the company will save in taxes, and it exploits the J1 worker, and it keeps the unskilled labor out of the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. McCarthy.
Hi, I'm sorry, you guys are probably burnt out of hearing all this, but anyway, my name is Jan McCarthy. I own 2 properties up here, Stardust Lodge and Americana Village. Between the 2 properties, I have approximately 65 people in the off-season. And I pay my people really good. Most of my people have worked for me for 20, 30, 40 years. I got people 40 years. And they all make, the minimum wage is not meant to be a living wage to raise a family on. It's to start in the workplace. It is to go back in if you've been out a while. It's to start, and then you get skills and you don't have to go there anymore. You jump over that. I hire people all the time that have already worked, and they get to get plugged in where I lose people. They don't start at the bottom, but people who don't have skills do. They're not supposed to raise a family of 4 on minimum wage. That living wage is just a rumor that got started that picked up speed with those on the bottom that don't freaking want to work, honestly. Anyway, we're already dealing with fire insurance increases that's doubled. Our insurance is outrageous, the food costs. I sat with my major managers that have buying power at my properties. I'm just a business. I don't have a corporation. I can't call for a cash infusion anywhere. I sat with my managers. I got 2 housekeeping managers because I got 2 properties. I got 2 maintenance managers. I got 2 front desk managers. And they all have buying power. And I sat them all down 6 months ago and said, we got to pull these costs in. And when I sat down, I was the one that was embarrassed. This guy can order $1,000 worth of stuff, this one $5,000. And I'm sitting down with them saying, we gotta, don't just always order at Brady's, don't just always order here or there. They weren't. They were already doing what they do because they're paid to do that. So I hardly ever hire anybody at minimum wage. But if I have to go there, I have to raise everybody above it. How do I survive that? And then that triggers all the people on salaries? Sheesh, I really want to cuss right now.
Thank you, Mrs. McCarthy. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Mosier.
Good evening. I don't ever want to be accused of extending meetings again. Speaking of minimum wage, have the 5 of you up there ever figured out what you're making per hour? If you do the job right and to the best of your ability, it's you're probably down to $7, $8 an hour. The problem is I grew up in the Jersey Shore, and right next to Asbury Park, walking distance to there, and resort towns, and all along the shore, resort towns. And so what you have, the problem is that you have a wide variety of jobs. You have seasonal, you have kids that come down with their parents to spend the summer down at the beach. They work the boardwalk, the amusements, and that's here. You have seasonal, and it's very hard to pinpoint, or you would have to have a multi-tiered minimum wage if you were to institute one. So I would just suggest for right now you go along with what the state gives you, and let the pieces fall where they may. Because you would have to have about a 7 or 8 tiered minimum wage. You have people that get tips, you have people that are cleaning the motels, that don't get tips, or at least not that much, and work really hard and under not the very best conditions. Wouldn't want to clean toilets every day for any amount of money. So, that's one thing to look at is if you're going to have any minimum wage or any considerations of it, it would have to be multi-tiered, and it's almost pretty close to unworkable. So to arrive at any conclusion and to make it fair and just. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we will move to our Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, we have about 7 hands raised. So our first public commenter is Jeff. Jeff, are you still there? Jeff, are you there? We can't hear you. Try hitting *6, *9 to unmute your phone. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I small business owner. It's been in my family for almost 45 years. And yes, I do what I can to survive and maintain low prices for our tourists. Because I know that ever of all these ski industry never gets cheaper. I try and keep everything affordable. And even at $20 an hour minimum wage would put me out of business. So that's about all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly.
Sorry, I was trying to be.
Oh, hello.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly Broche, and I've owned a business in South Lake Tahoe for almost 18 years. I've heard from lots of restaurants, and I am a boutique, and so I operate very differently. I've always paid my employees more than the minimum wage, and have never had a problem finding or keeping employees. I feel that if you provide a good wage and other incentives, that should be enough. Many businesses, from what I'm hearing, are paying more than $16 an hour, and they shouldn't be forced to do more than what they're already doing. I feel that $23 minimum wage is higher than most cities in the United States and not sustainable for our community. I thank Cody for clarifying that maybe 23 is not the amount. I also appreciate him pointing out that we can't pay all employees $23 an hour, so we would have to pay employees more based on their time with the company or what their position is. Some things that I do believe will occur are increased prices at businesses that remain, businesses closing, and those available spaces being taken over by corporations. And I also feel that businesses are going to be overworking employees that are with them. At my business, I also feel that more than likely I would have to close a day or cut hours. And so me cutting hours or laying people off is not going to help them earn more money. Also something to consider is many business owners are also renters. They have to pay this higher minimum wage to employees and continue to pay high rent and pay for the $30 burger and all the increased prices in the shops. So that's going to cause those business owners to close or move out of town. I do think something does need to be done to help people to be able to live here. I think some solutions is more affordable housing for the people who live here and are employed year-round. Also, smaller increases to the minimum wage over years, but not a big jump in the minimum wage, would be helpful so that people would be encouraged to live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Next up, we have Brett Richardson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'd just like to make 2 points. I'm not a small business owner. First on the point, I think earlier there was some confusion around where the dollar figure came from and coming from social media that Cody mentioned. I mean, I have an article open from August 7th in the Tahoe Daily Tribune where Scott states he's for a $23 minimum wage tied to median rent. So I do find it a little concerning or embarrassing for the city council to not have their narrative kind of in order on that. I would suggest you come prepared with what that something like this is so, important to discuss if you have your facts and figures in order. My second point is I'm a private citizen here in town. I don't own a small business. However, I do have a child in daycare. There's something called the daycare paradox, and I think it highlights some of the potential unrealized consequences of raising the minimum wage. If the minimum wage were to go up, daycares currently operate at a 1 to 5% margin. When they have to increase employee wages, they'll have to then charge higher tuition at my daycare that I send my child to, that is taken care of so I can go to work every day. When daycare workers are paid more, tuition rises, and parents actually find an equilibrium where they need to remove their children from the daycares due to cost, or it becomes similar to hiring an in-home nanny or private childcare. As enrollment then drops in that daycare, daycares close. This is a phenomenon that's been well documented online, on NPR, public radio. You can look into it. So what I see this proposal to raise the minimum wage to $23 as a potential threat to the ability for me to find childcare and then make a living myself. So I would encourage the city council, before they move forward evaluating any type of minimum wage increase, to think about these minute impacts to the community and what happens to the folks that, for example, need childcare or need other types of services that just will no longer exist in this community if a wage like this goes this high. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Nicole.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Nicole Smith, and I am the co-owner of South Lake Brewing Company. We own 2 locations in South Lake Tahoe and have been open for 7 years and employ 40 team members. I wish I could be there in person tonight to support my fellow restaurant and small business owners, but I'm currently traveling for work. You all did so good, by the way. Our industry and community members already did a fantastic job explaining the repercussions that would result from an increase in local minimum wage. I'll be concise and reiterate 3 main points that might persuade you to cease any further conversation within City Council to potentially increase our minimum wage. Number 1, in order to attract and retain passionate, exceptional employees, our local businesses are already paying our team members significantly over current minimum wage. The market-driven wages are already higher than $16 an hour. It's more like $20 an hour, which I think you have heard earlier. Number 2, once it was discovered and realized by our council that employers could not discriminate in minimum wage between their tipped and non-tipped employees in the state of California, the conversation of increasing minimum wage above the states should have ceased immediately. If you increase minimum wage all the way to $23 an hour, theoretical number tonight, you are essentially increasing all payroll costs for small businesses by 40%. Especially in my business and many others, this additional payroll cost in all reality will detriment any already chances of being profitable in an already low profit margin industry. Businesses that can't make a profit run out of cash and close. Any decision to increase minimum wage will result in forcing local small businesses to close. That's the reality. Number 3, the idea to increase local minimum wage was presented to City Council because theoretically, the cost of living in our town is higher than what a minimum wage earner would be able to afford to live here. If this is true, if livable wage, however you define this, is significantly higher than minimum wage, I believe this is solely because of our housing crisis. If you increase minimum wage simply to give employees a higher income, but do not solve the housing crisis by helping develop more housing, i.e. increasing our town's housing supply, it's like giving someone a fishing pole and telling them to go fish in a swimming pool instead of a lake. You do not solve our housing crisis by increasing minimum wage. There is no logical and economic correlation between minimum wage and housing availability or cost. Therefore, to reiterate the same ask as mostly every single person tonight, Council, we as a community are requesting that you terminate any further discussion and consideration after this evening regarding an increase in local minimum wage. An increase in local minimum wage will not solve our housing crisis. It will only increase costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Your time is up.
Force our businesses to close. Thank you.
Next caller, 844. Caller with the telephone number, last 3 digits, 844. They hung up. All right, Stu Roberson. Stu Roberson. Last chance, Stu Roberson.
Thank you for giving me one more chance. I just unmuted.
Go ahead.
Stu Roberson with R&R Vacation Rentals. Mayor Bass and council members, please vote tonight to take no action on this topic. It is hard to open and run a small business. You've heard that from everyone that's here. Nationwide, 36% of small businesses fail within 4 years. Nearly half fail within 5. Add to that the additional cost of doing business here in California. We are facing increases in lease prices, energy, taxes, payroll, and inflation. It's all been our challenges in trying to make our companies successful so that we could be good employers. Please do not make the cost of doing business in South Lake Tahoe amongst the highest in the country and cause more businesses to fail. Visitation to South Lake Tahoe is on the decline. Costs are going up and businesses are already closing. Now is not the time to increase the cost of doing business. Please listen to our small businesses. Please vote to take no action on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have iPhone 4.
Hi, how you doing today? My name is Dustin Johnson, and I own Tahoe Rock Shop over there on the corner of Herbert. And I'm with everybody tonight as a local small business owner, just appalled that Scott Robbins would even bring this to the table. I mean, it absolutely blows my mind. You know, Econ 101 says when you raise one thing, everything else goes up accordingly. So to me, it doesn't make any sense why this would even be a topic of discussion. I don't know if Scott Robbins, you're particularly trying to become like the next Bernie Sanders, but this is not the way to do it in a small town that's already struggling with closures everywhere. I would again urge Cody and the city council to, table this and just get rid of it completely. I support everyone that stood up there today. I wish I could have been there. And I appreciate you all coming down there in person and speaking on behalf of all of us small business owners that this is even a discussion. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, lastly, we have Justin Davis. Justin Davis, last call. Well, Justin, if you have comments, you can email them to City Council and I'll distribute them after the meeting. That's it, Mayor.
Great. Thank you for all the comments. Again, this is obviously a very important topic to all of us, and so we're going to bring this back now to council for discussion. Ms. Wallace, I'll open it up with you.
I make a motion that we direct the city manager to take no action relating to the establishing of a local minimum wage.
I second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. I think before we go to voting, I will make a few comments, so there can clarify how this process works. if a council member decides they want to bring something and they can get a second from another council member, the item gets brought forward, and that's how this was brought forward. And to clarify, in those discussions, $23 an hour was never brought forward by this council. And I think it's unfortunate that one council member does decide to put out their own opinions when we are in the process of deliberating these things, because the point is for us to come in as a council of five through a public process to deliberate, to find out what those rates would be. I can say as a personal business owner of 15 years in this town, there's no way that we could support, or I would be laying people off. I'm right with all of you guys. To operate a business in the state of California is incredibly difficult and more difficult by the day. So I understand this, but I just wanted to put that out there so that people can understand somewhat the process, because it is confusing. And so that is why we're here, for the five-person council to really decide what is best for all. So with that, we can vote.
I haven't failed to hear all of the business owners that have come forward tonight. I do want to make a couple of clarifying points. The original purpose of the minimum wage is exactly to be a living wage. And I shall read from FDR's signing statement on the actual minimum wage bill.
So please, if you guys would please allow us to have our discussion in the process without interruption, that would be very kind.
FDR on the signing of the minimum wage wrote, "No business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By business, I mean the whole of commerce as well as the whole of industry. By workers, I mean all workers, the white-collar class as well as the men in overalls. And by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living." Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 1933, on the signing of the first minimum wage in the United States. The purpose of the minimum wage is to ensure that someone who is working full-time can afford to live a humane existence. What does that mean today? That means being able to afford decent food. It means being able to afford decent transportation, basic transportation. And especially today, it means being able to afford decent, humane shelter and housing. The purpose of the minimum wage is to provide all who work full-time with those things. And here today, in the city of South Lake Tahoe, $16 an hour is not a living wage. Rooms in shared houses regularly reach $1,000 a month. I've distributed to many in the audience listings pulled only over the last month of housing in the city of South Lake Tahoe. One bedrooms regularly going for $1,500. Sometimes you get deals, but that is a common going rate for a one bedroom. Studios over $1,000, shared rooms, bedrooms and shared houses hitting $1,000 regularly. In order for that to be affordable, the definition of what it means for housing to be affordable is that the cost of housing should not consume more than 1/3 of the total take-home income. That is the current state of California guidelines. That is the current federal guidelines for what it means for housing to be affordable. And today in the city of South Lake Tahoe, over half of workers do not have affordable housing. That is why we need to consider the problem of the cost of living versus the value of wages. Both the cost of housing and the wages have to merge together. We need to address the housing crisis. That is absolutely core. We also need to address wage equity. And there are a great many who work in back-of-house positions that are not directly tip workers. They may receive tip-outs, but they are not tipped workers, who earn at or near minimum wages that are below the ability to live in Tahoe. I have met many of them. I have spent the last 12 weeks knocking on doors. I have been to every mobile home park in the community. I have knocked on the doors of maybe 100 mobile homes alone and talked to workers. The cost of living here is driving people out of our community. In the last 20 years, so since the year 2000, the last 24 years, we have lost 24% of our population between the ages of 20 and 49. That's over almost 4,000 working-aged adults are gone from our community.
Mr. Robbins, not to
So
cut you off,
this
but
is why this is an important issue.
I agree it's an important issue, but are we trying to get to a motion or deliberation around the issue? And that's kind of, we're more talking, so yeah, if there's something around deliberation.
So with that, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Ms. Wallace would like to speak.
I would just like to quickly, very quickly respond. The minimum wage versus living wage definition has changed in the last 90 years. Minimum wage definition is protect workers against unduly low wages. The living wage is a wage high enough to maintain a normal standard of living, and I think somebody actually said it. The minimum wage is not supposed to, excuse me, support a family of four, or even a family. It's a minimum wage for someone entering the job market. It is not a right to live in SLT. We are working on affordable housing. We just try to do it without using other people's money. And it is very, very, please don't, please don't. It is very discouraging to me that someone who has publicly stated that he wants to lower tourism by at least 10% and destroy those businesses, to then require those same businesses that are supported by tourism to have them mandatorily increase the pay to those employees that they employ by 43.75%.
Over 5 years.
Still an increase of 43.75%, while you're wanting them to reduce their business by 10%. So let's vote.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to take no action related to establishing a local minimum wage, and we will vote.
That motion carries. Oh, sorry. Did you want to vote yes or no, Mr. Robbins?
No, I did disappear before I had a chance to.
Yes or no, and I'll record it in the minutes. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you for all being here. We are going to take a we'll be back at 8:55, a 12-minute break. All right, we will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. It is 8:55, and we are going to be moving on to item number 14, application from HVR Acquisitions LLC for a tourist core area plan, specific plan amendments to rezone a portion of assessor's parcel number 029441024. Mr. Hitchcock.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and council members. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Manager. The item before you is the proposed amendments to the tourist core area plan. The city originally received an application from HVR Acquisitions to rezone actually 2 parcels from Recreation and Tourist Center mixed use back in 2019. The parcels are located adjacent to Van Sickle State Park. In figure 1 on page 472 of your agenda packet, there's a location map showing the 2 recreation parcels that the applicant was requesting be rezoned as a tourist center mixed use. If the rezone is approved by city and TRPA, the applicant was proposing to pursue developing a multifamily condo project on the subject parcels. Currently, those 2 parcels are zoned recreation, which allows for various types of uses, including employee housing, single-family dwelling, limited to caretaker residence, public owned assembly and entertainments. Those are like event centers and concert halls, outdoor amusement, like miniature golf courses, local public and safety facilities, cross-country ski courses, day use areas, group facilities, and snowmobile courses. The city began the planning process by holding a scoping session on the proposed amendments and received numerous comments from the League to Save Lake Tahoe, the California Tahoe Conservancy, Nevada State Lands, and members of the public expressing concerns with potential impacts of the rezoning amendment. Commenters were concerned with scenic and parking impacts to Van Sickle Bi-State Park, potential encroachment on public lands, and potential encroachment on the associated stream environment zone and potential fire risk. As a result of these comments, the applicant did revise a project description to remove the parcel directly adjacent to Van Sickle Bi-State Park and propose only to rezone the parcel located adjacent to the former Colony Inn parcel. So that parcel was located south of the Colony Inn parcel. The former Colony Inn parcel is currently zoned tourist center mixed use. The amendment would also further revise to limit uses on the parcel to just residential, linear public facilities, recreation, and resource management uses. All other uses would have been restricted. I'd like to reiterate that this amendment, this is a zoning amendment and is not a project approval. Any future project that, if the amendment is successful, any future project would have to meet the design and scenic standards of Tunis Core Area Plan to show that there's no significant impacts on any identified scenic resources. Any future project would also be required to meet the requirements of the city's parking standards, and also any future project would require to meet the California Building Code 7A requirements for construction, wildland, urban interface zone. The amendment was subsequently incorporated into the city proposed TCAP amendments, which was presented to the City Council on June 6, 2023. At that meeting, council directed staff to remove the amendment and bring it forward on its own merits. As a result of that public meeting and discussions related to density minimums in the tourist core and town center districts by council members, the applicant revised the project description a 3rd time to remove the previous density caps of 4 units an acre. Currently, right now, if the amendment is successful, the density standard is 25 units an acre for multifamily projects. Prior to initiating the initial study, which is environmental analysis, staff sent consultation letters to Native American tribes, but we did not receive any requests for consultation. Initial study, mitigated negative declaration, was prepared and circulated with the Office of Planning Research between January 19th and February 26th for public comments. No additional comments were received from state agencies. However, comments were received from the League to Save Tahoe and from Feldman Teal LLP. On March 21st, the item was considered by the Planning Commission. The amendment was, the Planning Commission took public comment, deliberated, and passed a resolution recommending the City Council adopt initial study mitigated neg deck and the proposed TCAP amendments. Staff has provided 2 resolutions for the City Council to consider tonight. A resolution on page 504 of your agenda packet adopting the initial study mitigated neg declaration, and the Tourist Core Area Plan, Specific Plan amendments, and then a second resolution on page 680 of your agenda packet denying the amendments. The amendment is currently also scheduled to be considered by the TRPA Advisory and Planning Commission on May, depending on the outcome of City Council action tonight. And with that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any clarifying questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. Council, any questions? Mr. Robbins?
Is there any legally binding element of this, any agreement with the city or any other entity that the result of this zoning change will require the addition of affordable housing as part of any development on these zone changed parcels?
There isn't.
There is not, or there is? I didn't hear you clearly.
There is not.
There is not.
But applicant can talk to this, their project, if it does come forward and the amendment is successful, they're proposing to set aside 2 units as achievable.
Understand that that's what's being talked about.
Correct.
But once the zone is changed, are they going to have any binding requirement to build that project with that housing?
Well, it's included as a project description in the initial study. So, I would defer to legal counsel, but I think we have a tie there to require those 2 units to be deed restricted to achievable, because it's included as a project description, initial study.
Okay, can we clarify that if this zone change happens, that there is a guarantee associated with this, that that affordable or that deed restricted affordable housing must get built as described?
Well, it would, if not, it would require changing they'd have to redo the environmental, because that would be different than what was approved.
But that's not a requirement with the city.
The project would need to be approved by the city with amended environmental, if the project description is changing.
Okay, I'm not getting the question here clearly. Once the zoning is changed, right, then the parcel owner has essentially a right to develop that property according to that zone area change, and there's no development agreement or requirement that achievable housing be built, right?
Right now, there's no policy as part of this amendment that would require building those 2 achievable units.
Okay. That's what I wanted to be clear on. So we are hoping that that's what happens, but there's no requirement and there's no agreement, there's no binding agreement at this time that comes with this action.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wallace?
Mr. Hitchcock, I'm looking at the map of the proposed area, and I see in the blue section the most eastern point. Is that the area that has the SEZ in it?
That is correct. It's the eastern half of.
The eastern half of the property.
The parcel is
That's
designated stream environment zone.
perfect. Okay, and Ms. Stroud, is this the time where we should talk about our contact with the property owner?
Yes, thank you. I was just remembering that I forgot to remind us to do that at the outset.
Okay.
But if you want to finish asking questions.
That
and
was
then
my only question.
We can each do that. Okay. So if council members, if anyone has had any ex-parte contacts with either the applicant or anyone else about this project, including a site visit, could you just please briefly disclose that for the record?
I would be happy to. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was prior to 2022, so it was 2 or more years ago. I did meet with Mr. Wishmeyer, I believe is his name, on the property. I looked at it, and the only we talked about specifically was the stream environment zone, and that he had wanted to set that aside to be never developed in order to protect that. And I have also, in my role as a California Tahoe Conservancy Board member, talked to the Conservancy about this project as well. Anything else, Ms. Stroud? Or is that sufficient?
That's a sufficient description.
Thank you.
Ms. Cregan, any questions or disclosure?
Yeah, disclosure. I also toured the property. It was June 29th of 2023. I exchanged emails with Mr. Exline last week, and I spoke with Darcy Goodman Collins from the League to Save Lake Tahoe.
I am not as good as you with my dates, but it was somewhere around, I believe, the 2022 area, right around the same time as Ms. Wallace, to do a site visit with Mr. Wishmeyer. I've also spoken with him within the last 6 months just about some of the changes that were made. I also have spoken with Darcy Goodman and Collins about the project. Mr. Robbins, do you have any disclosures about?
I have no disclosures relating to this particular project. I've encountered some of the people involved in social contexts. I couldn't possibly give you dates, but nothing related to this particular project.
Thank you. All right. I think if no other questions, we can go ahead and move on to public comment, and we will first start in the room.
I'm sorry, because this is a public hearing, our protocols do have a separate procedure for that, so the applicant should be given the opportunity to speak next.
Excuse me. Mr. Wishmeyer, would you like to? Or Mr. Exline, excuse me.
I promise, I understand for all of you, I'm going to be very, very quick today. Although part of me is tempted to be very, very long because I was in front of the agenda before the public comment about minimum wage. And I love you, Cody, but we'll have a conversation about this later. But in all seriousness, I'm really happy to be with you today. I do want to be really quick and respectful to everybody's time. You know, I appreciate the grueling nature of what you went through kind of to get here. And so I want to make this positive. You know, at a very high level, I'm going to hit the high points of the project that would be coming as a result of the area plan amendment. You know, a lot of the community benefits, things we need to be considering. Touching on those, you can obviously answer questions. I want Michael Wishmeyer to jump up too as well, just kind of give you some of his history. Do it in a really quick manner.
It might not be turned on the slide, just.
Let me just use this.
Just on the remote itself.
I'll just do this.
Sorry.
Oh, absolutely no worries. There are greater tragedies in the world today. So the really important thing is let's get to the bottom line is this is a good project. And the reason I can tell you it's a good project is I work on a lot of projects in a lot of places even beyond Tahoe. And I can tell you a good project from a bad project. What's a good project? It's got housing. It's got environmental benefit. We all know environment's incredibly important to me. It's got community benefit. It's got water quality benefit. This has all of those things through a local individual bringing in the investment into our community, which is also unique, and I can't stress that enough. Local money investing local projects is an important thing, and we as a community should support that. So a few things we want to highlight is, and it got to Mr. Robbins' questions at the beginning, we are proposing 2 deed-restricted housing units. Although they're not required by code, but Mr. Wishmeyer, in understanding and being community advocate, understand that's important. Our density aligns with the City of South Lake Tahoe goals. We're bringing forward private capital to establish SEZ restoration that did not take place when the old Colony Inn was removed. Anytime we're utilizing private capital for SEZ restoration, that's a win. Our coffers are running dry. We can't keep asking people for money. We have to figure out things to do with on-site in real ways. This is a great example of that. Also, off-site water quality improvements. So there'll be some photos in a second. $450,000 annually. You know, that's multiple people's salaries just being brought forward through this one project. We all know this location behind Montreal. It's a perfect location. All of our transit plans, walkability, accessibility, all of these things align with this type of project. Frankly, we're covering up an eyesore off of Montreal, and I think we all agree to that, so we see scenic improvements. And I think really important, you know, as you look at the history of this project, and there'll be a couple maps, there'll be no impact to the abutting Van Sickle State Park, their existing trail network, or any of those items. Very quick reference guidance, Montreal, Sports LTD is just kind of off of screen. Again, want to hit all these really quickly. You've probably seen this in your staff report. SEZ restoration, again, private capital. This is a really good project. Advanced with TRPA, we're moving forward with it. You know, extensive conversations. Water quality improvements, this one probably don't know as much about. This is off Montreal. Anytime you see rain on snow events, snow melt events, fundamentally, we know we got water quality issues everywhere. We know we don't have the money to pay for those water quality issues. Again, if you have somebody willing to solve your problem, it's good to say yes. Keep moving forward. Again, scenic improvements. You know, we talk a lot about the natural environment. This doesn't, interact with that. The built environment oftentimes much more attractive than this. VMT reduction. We all know where this is. We know where our maps are. You've seen them. This is the perfect location. This is Van Sickle Park's trail map. This is where our parcel is. No interaction with those. SEZ restoration and net environmental benefit, really important for our community and to meet our regional goals. Again, I try to move through that as quickly as possible. I do want to give Michael Wishmeyer an opportunity. Michael Wishmeyer has been at this since 2019. In fairness, wanted to work with the city through densities. And every time there was been a change throughout the entirety of this process, Mike picked up his boots, got to work, solved the challenge. From increasing density to SEZ restoration to water quality improvements. You have to incentivize people that are willing to do good things here locally, especially when they are locals. And so with that, I'd like to pass it over to Mike.
Thank you. Council members, my name is Michael Wishmeyer, and I'm the owner-developer. I'm proud 25-year local to this neighborhood, and I'm ecstatic about this project. This project is going to bring well-needed visual relief to the area. Over the past 5 years, I've actively collaborated with the city, the TRPA, and our local community to ensure that this project aligns with shared goals. TRPA Regional Plan emphasizes reducing vehicle miles traveled and incentivizing walkability. The city has the Tourist Court Area Plan, which primary goal is revitalization of the tourist court. The concentrated area focuses on redevelopment, achieving better energy use, lowering the carbon footprint, reducing vehicle miles traveled, alleviating vehicle congestion, and minimizes traffic on our streets. This area is 0.6 of an acre. It borders a massive substation. It's inaccessible to the public and lies directly behind an already approved development. This parcel is situated in the tourist core, aligning with the city's desires for density and walkability to key amenities such as the gondola, transit hub, lake, downtown, and casinos. There was a question from the Planning Commission meeting that I believe necessitates further elaboration, and that's the SEZ restoration journey and what happened in our progress. In 2020, I learned the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency had deemed the 2013 SEZ restoration efforts a failure. While I had no knowledge of this even failing by reports, yearly updates, or direction on how to fix it, I believe it was in everyone's best interest, using my own funds to ensure a functional SEZ rather than allowing it to become a desolate dust bowl. Due to disruptions caused by COVID-19's pandemic, it wasn't until 2021 that I could reconnect with TRPA representatives Paul Nielsen and Bruce Barr on site to assess the situation. Together, we concluded that we needed to understand the reasons for the failure before formulating a restoration plan. I engaged 3 engineers and environmental service companies, ultimately selecting hydrologist David Hagan and soils expert geologist David Herzog. Next steps, observe a full year seasonal cycle of water flow to gain comprehensive insights. However, setbacks arose in 2021 with the Caldor fire. Cal Fire stored heavy Amtrak equipment on the restoration site, resulting in significant damage. In 2022, it was determined that the cause of restoration failure was the flow ditch wasn't elevated sufficiently in the original restoration to overflow and saturate the restoration area. Instead, erosion of the flow ditch restricted the overflow, leading to minimal water reaching the restoration site. In 2023, we installed piezometers to monitor soil moisture levels and understand water circulation patterns. In June of the same year, we submitted an application to the TRPA for repair work, including light grading and the installation of a check dam. However, TRPA's response time for applications is 6 months. In November 2023, a meeting was convened on site with me, David Hagan, David Herzog, and TRPA representatives Paul Nielsen, Trevor Smith, and Allison Borowski. We collectively affirmed that we had the right team and the plan for the restoration, with plans to revisit the application in May 2024, which is the beginning of the grading season. At present, I am eagerly awaiting the TRPA's approval to proceed with this restoration efforts, and I'm fully prepared to mobilize as soon as the green light is given. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wishmeyer. Any questions for Mr. Wishmeyer? Yes, Mr. Cregan.
I have a question. Thanks for the explanation on the SEZ restoration. So this area has been restored already once. That was signed off by TRPA.
Correct.
And then later, it was discovered that it was a failure. So now what's going to happen is you're going to have a TRPA permit for the restoration, and that process is going to happen again. You're going to restore it, they're going to sign off on it, and then
Correct.
we hope it's going to take.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And I guess my concern is, what if it doesn't again?
Then
Yeah.
we get more geologists and hydrologists, and
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add, because part of it is like you learn a lot in the failure. And so, and I think that in addition to kind of the processes at TRPA for SEZ restorations banking, what you have to evaluate before you go into that process wasn't done initially like for the Colony Inn like it would be today. And so our inputs are much greater, our understanding of the processes are much greater. I mean, you can't guarantee anything. So fundamentally, we have the 3-year time window to ensure it takes, and then the monitoring that continues with it to kind of further establish that it in fact takes.
I totally appreciate that. I guess I don't want that to happen again.
Yeah,
May need.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I guess my question is, I understand that the intention is to have some affordable housing as a component of this. My concern is, why is there not an agreement for that concurrent with this rezoning? Because once the rezoning's done, the city doesn't have control over what gets built ultimately. That's up to the developer to have a project that meets the requirements of that zone. But there's no guarantee that that's going to become affordable housing at that point, that there will be anything built particular there. So why was there not an agreement with the city as part of this development activity?
I mean, I would speak to kind of, city's policies in terms of how these things are established. I would say, as a rule, in fairness to, kind of how this was brought forth, I was bringing forward the examples of things that are going to happen with the project. So the city's going to have more bites at the apple of this into the foremost submittal of it. And so we operated with the city in terms of what we're proposing.
Well, I'm sorry, on the question then for Heather, at the bites at the apple, when this eventually comes back for approval, it'll be in the quasi-judicial role, right? It'll be whether or not the project meets the area plan requirements, not whether or not it meets the needs of the community in a discretionary way to say that this has housing. If the project comes back at a subsequent bite at the apple, as you put it, and it is all luxury Airbnbs and no housing, potentially, then we don't have an opportunity to say no, so long as that meets the development, because it's a right to build within that area per the plan. Is that not fundamentally correct? I want to make sure that I understand.
I'm not sure I totally understand your question, but I mean, we wouldn't normally do a development agreement for a zoning change where the city's not a partner in the development.
Sure.
That would be unusual, but I mean, I will point out that our inclusionary housing ordinance would apply, so that would require
a few dollars, I understand.
Above and beyond the achievable units, it would require building affordable units per our definitions and/or a inclusionary fee.
Yeah, my concern here is about, what happened with state line redevelopment where, the developer said they were going to do all these things, but there was no development agreement. And in this case, the thing that the city's giving in exchange is a zoning change. That's discretionary on the part of the city, but there's no requirement there's no guarantee that affordable housing will be built as part of this. So I would have liked to have seen that as part of this process. I'm not sure why, was that not an option?
When you submit a project description, you have an initial study. The initial study has what your project's going to include. If you were to change that project description, you'd have to change your initial study. It's a very long process. And you have to get new traffic studies, environmental reports.
Would that apply even if the only thing that was different was whether or not units were deed restricted or not? And that was not a physical change, but whether or not the units are deed restricted. And if that didn't happen, would that require a massive environmental review?
I mean, I guess, just as a, line of sight kind of, one, I wouldn't want to speak to CEQA law in terms of that regard, because it does go a lot of different ways in what your change would have to be. I mean, what we're sitting up here in front of, as us as applicants and what's generally required upon people is we've moved forward with an initial study of proposing exactly what we intend to do. We have advanced this project and updated it every single time we've been asked. And this has been an addition throughout this process. Again, and I think what's really important is when you're working with team members and community members, there is a jump in faith. We all jump in faith in all business relationships we have. Every one I have. Every time I get a surveyed map, you know what? I don't know if that's accurate. Every time I get an economic analysis, I don't know if that's accurate as well. But at some level, we have to operate in faith within our systems and how things generally move forward. And so again, this is being moved forward at the person's own desires to advance community development, not as some ploy to get you to say yes today and then look to stiff us in the back. And that's the difference about having a community member here and standing in front of you versus some, out-of-town investor that we're never going to see. And believe me, I work for both. I know the difference. And so, you know what I'm saying? And so I think, we really want to be thoughtful of that context. It's like, this is the standard process, how we move forward with things. This is all in good faith and good context, and everything Mr. Wischmeyer's done to this point has demonstrated that. And so, your character should speak to what you did in the past. And his character speaks highly, as, again, he's solving water quality benefits, he's solving SEZ restoration benefits on his own dime. Most people aren't. Again, what you did in the past speaks to what you do in the future.
Yeah, great, thanks. And actually, I think that really is my only question, is to kind of speak to, when I first toured the site and you explained to me how, Measure T passed and you actually listened to the voters and sold your vacation rentals and actually went and reinvested in the part of the town that we're asking for the tourists to be. And to me, that was very relevant. And so maybe if you could just speak to the fact that you did, or yeah, I'll let you speak to your facts. But
Yeah, so Measure T, when Measure T went through, I saw the development build for, the necessity for the locals to get vacation rentals out of neighborhoods. So with the vacation rental neighborhoods, everybody on Measure T, the 7,000 people that voted, not one person had a problem with any kind of density or vacation rentals in the tourist core. So I sold my initial investments that I had in any kind of rentals, and I sold that and grabbed the money and went down to the tourist core area plan where it's zoned for density and vacation rentals. I'm in the business to build and sell. Being a vacation rental, it carries a bigger price tag. But do I know if these are going to be vacation rentals or if they're going to be a full-time resident? I can't answer that question. Like I said, I'm in a build to sell moment, but I did take my money, reinvest it from where I had it into the city and put it into the tourist core. In 2019, that's where the direction everybody wanted to go. 2021, that direction changed. And now we're at 2023 and the direction is starting to change again. The density is increasing. And, me being in this project since 2019, I've seen different council, I've seen different mayors, I've seen different boards, and now it's, scrape it and, try to get a program that everybody is on board with. And that's what I've worked on for 5 years, working with the city, working with the TRPA. My best interests are for this property as well. I definitely want to see this SEZ restored. It is in my best interest to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Mr. Wischmeyer.
Yeah.
And I think unless we've got any other questions, we will go ahead and move to public comment. Thank you so much.
Scott Loberg. This is the reason why you don't have housing in the area. You're changing an area that's zoned for housing under recreation to tourist center. You're chasing TOT. That's what you're doing. I'd have less of a problem. How long do the new owners own the property? 5 years, 6 years? I'm sure that the property tax on recreation that doesn't have anything on it is quite different than once it's zoned to tourist. I'd be more comfortable if they were willing to pay the difference over the ownership of that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Dollop.
Okay. I'm in support of the zoning change. I wanted to make a couple of comments as well. This is, like the last speaker said, why you don't have market-based affordable housing in the city. This local, I'll use that term, bought this property in 2019. We're 5 years later. He is now on bended knee after going through many layers of bureaucracy, putting in millions of dollars that have nothing to do with building on the property just to get the right to submit a project and go through that process. That is a tremendous amount of commitment, of capital. It's a tremendous amount of risk. The amount of bureaucracy it takes to build anything in this city is so great that it discourages people like me who have built market-based affordable housing. In 5 years, my partners, investors, and I built 7 buildings in Seattle, which is not exactly a free market Republican stronghold. It's not an easy place to do business. Between the city, TRPA, and the county, and every other government, layer of government that exists here, it is so hard to develop, and it's so long. And there are through lines to this development and the Zolanta one that we're going to talk about. When the development process is this long, the economic cycle is longer than the development process. Why would I take money and invest here with all the extra cost and all the extra risk and all the extra uncertainties? Now, a lot of this is not the city's fault, but some of it is. The debate that's been going on in the tourist core area plans with density, with height, with the size and shape and color of buildings makes it impossible to have market-based affordable housing in here. But you can take a reasonable step, grant this zoning change, and further, I'd encourage you to bring forth resolutions that reduce the bureaucracy at the city level to get to a yes. We need to make it easier for Mr. Hitchcock and his team to say yes to new development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Just a couple of points and get some clarity. Is this going to be as multifamily and then subdivision map and become single family homes in order to be VHRs? First, I don't understand. Also, I don't understand why the Conservancy never bought these parcels along the way. Mr. Robbins makes the point about if it's in writing to have the 2 affordable housing units, and affordable is a broad term. Number one, affordable for whom? So, just to say affordable, but if you go back to where Gondola Vista Estates, there behind, just down the street from there, the city got the Conservancy to bow out of buying that to add that onto Van Sickle Park because it was going to be built out and they were going to build 4 affordable housing units, and they were saying, oh yes, teachers and police and firemen are going to, be able to live there and be able to afford it. Certainly no police officer would want to live there and be on 24-hour call behind the casinos, was my argument at the time. But, history marched on, and there's not a single affordable unit there, despite the promises originally. So, if you're going to talk about it or promise or say, it is good to get it in writing and have it now. Otherwise, just say, hey, it's a possibility. We kind of like to do it. And that's that. So, but, either get it in writing or really don't talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Yes, come forward.
Juan, I do agree with what the previous speaker said. Let's get it in writing. Also, in terms of affordable housing, will it be that of like Section 8, for people that are really low income, or is it just pretty broad? Also, let me see here. According to what I've been learning here, is it going to be just zoned for housing, or is there going to be some changes to the zoning? And that's about it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other comments in the room on this item? All right, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up the Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment. I see a hand raised. Mr. Feiger.
Hello, Gavin Feiger on behalf of the League of Safe Lake Tahoe. It's been a really long night, obviously, but you guys have a fairly straightforward decision in front of you. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the actual project will come to you for consideration. These parcels were supposed to be permanently retired for restoration, and this zoning change takes advantage of a loophole and would allow 20 more feet of height, up to 56 feet, which is mathematically interesting, 56% increase over the currently allowed. and an additional 30 short-term rentals. This is not housing. 32 short-term rentals if the developer doesn't follow through on the promises for 2 achievable units, which just means you have to work in Tahoe. There's no actual income requirement with it. And this is on one of the only 2 recreation zone parcels in the area plan at the base of Van Sickle Park. Currently, workforce housing is allowed on the parcel. So thank you for these evening meetings, night meetings, and look forward to your decision.
All right. And next up, we have Mr. Spiel.
Hi there, this is Nick Spiel. I just wanted to clarify when we talk about adding new housing here, right? We're mostly talking about adding vacation rentals and Airbnbs, right? Currently zoned recreation, forest land by Van Sickle Park, and we're talking about converting that into Airbnbs. The nomenclature, we can always mix that up, but let's call a spade a spade. Thanks.
All right, no additional public comments at this time.
All right, great. We will bring it back to council for discussion and or a motion. Let's see. Ms. Wallace.
So I actually have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure who would answer this, whether it be Ms. Tikamarova or Ms. Stroud. When we have an affordable housing project similar to Sugar Pine Village, do we get property tax from those, or are they exempt from property tax for a certain amount of time because it's an affordable housing project?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Thomas.
Oh, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Typically, there is property tax paid.
There is property
Typically,
tax?
yes.
Do they pay the same rate as like a single-family home or any other like multifamily property?
Yeah, so like a multifamily apartment would typically, that's affordable, would typically pay property
And
tax.
it's paid throughout the term. It just seems like I remember when we were talking originally about Sugar Pine, that they would have like a 50-year exemption from property tax, or maybe I'm convoluting something.
So Sugar Pine is a little bit different. It's owned by the state, the property. Not totally sure how that works with the governor's executive order. If there's some rules, I'm happy to look into that. Typically, though, affordable housing projects
Got it.
pay
Okay,
property
that's
tax,
maybe why
typically.
okay.
And again, it depends on a few situations, but Sugar Pine might be a slightly different scenario because it's
Because it came out of the Surplus Lands Act?
and it's still owned by, so it's actually a 99-year lease
Got it.
on Sugar Pine, owned by the state of California Department of General Services.
Because
is
the
who owns
property
that.
came from the California Tahoe Conservancy, which
Yeah,
is state.
and was transferred to the Department of General Services, correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. What I would just say then is I am in favor of this project because of a bunch of different reasons, but I'll just cover a couple of them. It covers a power situation, and that is just, it's ugly. The property tax and the TOT from this project will help pay for those potholes that we were reminded of earlier. And it is exactly what the proponents of Measure T asked for. It's in the tourist core area plan, and with our new inclusionary housing, it's actually adding some affordable housing, not what we are all talking about like at Sugar Pine, but it's the achievable housing. But we need housing, whether it's at the 30% AMI or just achievable, which is what this is. And so I am in favor of this for a multitude of reasons. We need TOT. TOT is a huge portion of our budget, and we are seeing a decrease in TOT, or certainly it's flat. And costs are going up for everybody, including the city, and we need to supplement and increase our income in order to cover the increase in our expenses, and this is one way to do it. we can't continue to raise taxes. We just need to create a high tide that raises all ships.
Great, thank you, Ms. Wallace. Mr. Robbins.
If there was a written agreement associated with this development activity, if there was some guarantee that the city actually had that deed restricted housing would actually be built, and we didn't have to take it on faith, then I'd be for it in a heartbeat, because we need housing that is deed restricted. My concern is that we're being asked to take this on faith, and the last time we did that in this area, we had a hole in the ground for the last 15 years. And I don't see how it makes sense for us to give away zoning changes for a developer when there's no requirement, enforceable requirement, that some deed restricted or community benefiting housing be built with it. And it sounds like that is the plan, which is great. So then why isn't there a piece of paper that says this is actually what is going to be done, and we guarantee that this will have at least 2 units of affordable house, of deed restricted housing at the very least, for people who live here? Otherwise, I'm not sure that that's something that we can be assured of. So that's my concern.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wallace, or Ms. Cregan. Ms. Wallace.
Have we run the basic numbers on the units that they are projecting to build, and what our inclusionary housing requirements would be? And are we close?
We don't have the plan sets yet for phase 2. If the units happen to be small, 2,000 square feet or less, then they would be exempt from the inclusionary fee.
Okay. May I please ask a question of Mr. Exline or Mr. Wishmeyer? Do you have a guesstimate? I'm not going to hold you to it because I'm on your side. Do you have a guesstimate of what the size of the units would be?
Yes, they're around 1,100 square feet.
Okay, so this would be on faith that we would be giving this to you, because you wouldn't even be under the inclusionary housing. Is that correct, Ms. Straub?
Yeah, we exempted units under
2,000 square feet.
And I guess
But you don't have to convince me, just so we're clear.
No, but just to say, like, I think part of the issue is as you're advancing a project, and again, I advance project in a lot of different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction deals with things differently. But in your role, and as Mr. Wishmeyer kind of outlined, your role is really to just, you're trying to guesstimate what an ever-changing political regulatory environment is going to do to you in an ever-changing world. And so if you as a council wants to set these policies, I'm supportive. I work on a lot of affordable housing projects and hope to bring some before this body soon. But that's the way it has to be done. Because in absence of it, as in faith, because you have a strong person like this, willing to offer it, but in the future that may not be the case. So if you'd like a policy change, we'd be there to support it. But these things have to happen in the appropriate course. I work on a lot of, like I said, projects, renewable energy and the like, and they all have to follow the appropriate course. I never jump ship, and I never asked to. I'm not special. I don't want to be treated special in any instance.
But we wouldn't be treating you special. We would be treating you more harshly.
Than anybody else. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. To your point.
Exactly. And so I am not in favor of making you put something in writing, because that's not what's in our code.
And if you want to really talk about how to incentivize people to do things that aren't required, you want to make it a success story when they go forward and try to offer it. I can't tell you how many times people have offered renewable energy and been punished for it. Offered affordable housing, in particular on the North Shore, and been beaten down, been yelled at podiums for hours as a result of it. No good deed goes unpunished. And so if something's not required by code, and then someone moves forward with it, and then you looked at, I tend to agree with your opinion.
Great.
Mayor Bass, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of course.
Planning Manager John Hitchcock. So in the initial study, the mitigated negative deck, we heard earlier that there's a discussion about the project that
The project description in the
the
initial
project
study.
description.
Yeah.
And does it talk about total number of units? Does it list the size of those units, or is that new information that we just heard from the
That was
applicant today?
information from Mr. Wishmeyer.
Okay, so that's just brand new information we heard today. So, thank you very much.
Great. All right, Ms. Wallace.
I make a motion that we pass a resolution adopting the proposed tourist core area plan, specific plan amendments, and adopting the initial study mitigated negative declaration.
I second.
Great, and I'll just make a comment before we go. I just wanted to clarify that we are not rezoning the recreational component of Van Sickle Park. I think there was maybe some confusion there, and I just want to make that clear and on the record.
Yes, the SEZ is separate. It's staying recreation.
Yeah, the parcel that's adjacent to Van Sickle State Park is staying recreation,
Correct.
As well as Van Sickle State Park.
as well as Van Sickle
Yes.
State Park.
Thank you. With that, we can vote.
That motion carries.
Great. All right. With that, we are going to move on to item 15. Because we only have 10 minutes, or actually, I guess we're 20 minutes. So we'll go ahead and get through this item, and then we can talk about the rest of the night. That is going to be an update on parking restrictions in the Heavenly Valley neighborhoods, Heavenly Parking Agreement, and Heavenly Area Annexation. This is going to be Ms. Roverud.
Mayor Bass, I need to recuse myself due to the location of my residence where I live. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mayor Bass and members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, Assistant City Manager. This update was requested to be presented to council by the end of May, prior to the June 1st deadline to provide notice to Heavenly regarding potential termination of the parking agreement. Okay, starting with the residential parking permit program. The staff report provides more details on the permits and citations that were issued over this last winter. However, overall, reports from the police department, who's administering this program, have been that the program has been successful in limiting the resident and visitor parking conflicts that have been experienced in the past. The permit program, along with road closures and chain controls, have been effective in reducing traffic congestion and frequency of accidents this past winter. There are some recommended modifications to the permit parking program that include adding no parking or parking permit zones on David Lane, Saddle Road, and Sherman Way. Those changes are reflected in the draft resolution and the parking program map that is attached to the resolution and included in your staff report. Moving on to the Heavenly Parking Agreement. Heavenly has made all the payments required by the agreement to date, and they have fulfilled their obligations for snow removal, sanding, and de-icing, as well as staffing the chain controls when it was activated. As required by the agreement, there has been significant effort in improving communication among parties that are involved in traffic and parking management in that area. The communication between the city's police department and public works department and Heavenly staff was continuous and ongoing throughout the winter. There were pre-storm and busy weekend meetings that were held to prepare and ensure that all the right people were included in text message communications that continued throughout the winter to respond quickly to any emerging issues, ensure that road closures and chain controls were initiated when needed, and to ensure that information was being provided to the public. Lastly, an update on the annexation efforts. The city is currently engaging a surveyor to prepare a legal description of the proposed annexation area, which is required as part of the LAFCO application. The city manager has met with Heavenly's Chief Operating Officer, Tom Fortune, and other representatives of Vail Resorts Corporation to discuss the city's proposal and has requested a written response from Vail to articulate their position on the annexation proposal. And a written response has not been received to date. Staff is recommending passing a resolution making those amendments to the parking restrictions and available for questions or any additional direction from council.
Great, thank you, Ms. Roverud. All right, we'll bring it back to council for questions. Who would like to open it up? Mr. Robbins, go right ahead.
I just want to clarify, so we've given Mr. Fortune, we've given Vail Resorts ample opportunity to weigh in on annexation. Would that be a fair assessment? To provide, to indicate whether or not they support it?
It would depend on your definition of ample, but the communication has been occurring over several months.
Okay. Have they, we have asked them multiple times, I believe it is the case that we've asked them multiple times, where, for tax purposes, revenue from Skydeck, Steins, Overlook, and the other on-mountain sales, where those are accounted. Are those accounted for as occurring at Cow Lodge, or are those accounted for as occurring at some location on county land in the mountain area? Has Vail Resorts replied to us with any indication as to where, for tax purposes, on-mountain sales are accounted?
No, they have not.
And we've asked for that information.
The city manager has asked for that
Okay.
information.
Have, in your communications or in the city's communications with Heavenly Resort, have they, and I know you may be hesitant to play third hand, have they indicated whether or not they are interested in supporting annexation, or have they indicated that they are opposed to annexation? Would you be willing to characterize your interactions with them at this time?
I would not. I would not be comfortable speaking
Fair
on
enough.
behalf of Vail or their corporation.
Fair enough, but they have been asked for a letter of support, and they have declined to give it.
That's correct.
Okay, and then last question. Oh God, I forgot what it was. Well, I'll get back to it when I remember it. So thank you.
Great. Any other questions from council? Okay. Actually, I think most of mine's discussion, so I think we'll go to public comment. And yeah, thank you, Ms. Roverud. Appreciate it. Opening up public comment. Yes, please come forward.
Yeah, Scott Loberg again. I strongly oppose any new annexation until the city takes care of the roads that it has. My neighborhood, they probably waited too long. They probably have to replace them. You know, there's a responsibility. You got a $25 million surplus. These are the kinds of things that cities need to take care of first. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come forward. You could just turn on your mic for us. Oh,
I got
sorry.
it.
All right. Juan, so what I'm seeing here is that there's a consideration to do an annexation towards Heavenly Ski Resort. And if that's the case, if there's any cost, what would the amount be? And what's the reason why our city wants to annex into Heavenly Ski Resort? And also if there's a map of the proposed annexation. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for public comment. There's no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great, bringing it back to council. Mrs. Wallace.
So I was willing to take a soft approach on the parking agreement in order to be a good partner on the annexation, but that was obviously not an approach that was amenable to Heavenly or Vail. And so my position on this is until they come back to the table with a letter of support for annexing, at this point, the whole mountain. I propose that we cancel the parking agreement, enact the permit parking only in the entire Heavenly neighborhood, and put up barriers to parking on Ski Run during the ski season.
Great. All right, Mr. Robbins.
It's an odd feeling when you beat me to the thing I wanted to say. That is exactly where my head is on this at this point.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
You didn't have to make it a thing. Thanks, appreciate it. But you give an olive branch and you come back with a slap. That's so. We've given Tom Fortune every opportunity. I skied with him shortly after my election, and he went on and on saying all the right things about how he wanted to be a good corporate citizen and a partner for the city and have a better relationship with the city. And we have given them every opportunity. And I remember the question that I wanted to ask, which was, about revenue. I believe we've asked Vail Resorts how much tax revenue they pay out of Cal Lodge and how much tax revenue they pay out of the rest of the mountain. And is it correct that they have declined to state, even under an NDA conditions, they've just declined to indicate how much tax revenue is at hand? Sales tax revenue, I mean, is at hand. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I can answer that with 100% confidence because I haven't been in all of the conversations, but I don't believe they have provided that information. We've been having those discussions with the El Dorado County.
Okay. This is a business that sells, $9 hot chocolates from a machine at Cal Lodge, and in the 60-plus year history of the city of South Lake Tahoe, not one dime of sales taxes from Vail Resorts has ever once gone into the city coffers to pay for the roads that their businesses drive traffic on. It is absolutely insane, and we have given them every opportunity. And I am on board with the position articulated by Ms. Wallace that at this point we've tried repeatedly to be cooperative and palliative with them, and at this point my patience has certainly long past reach the limit, and I am prepared to make a motion that we terminate the parking agreement and direct staff to return with a plan to barricade the parking spaces for next year. But between now and when that agenda item comes back, I'm hopeful that Vail Resorts will see that not cooperating with the city has a real financial impact on them at this point. And I am willing and supportive and would prefer that between now and then Vail comes to the table and issues an agreement, and then we can work out a new parking deal to replace the one. I am not looking to terminate this parking arrangement for the sake of it.
Okay.
But until such time, and if that's not going to be the case, I would like to make that motion.
Okay, that's a really long motion, so if you don't mind, we have a
No,
couple more.
that wasn't my motion.
I'll
I
come
would
back
like
to
to do
you.
that.
Ms. Stroud would like to.
Can I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
interrupt? Because
Yes.
that's not on the agenda for tonight, but I did hear a request to bring it back later and a second to bring it back later. So we will bring back, I just want to confirm what I heard, an item to terminate the parking agreement and prohibit parking on Ski Run and look at what the cost would be to put up barriers or some other physical.
And enact the permit parking only in the entire Heavenly neighborhood.
I think that is pretty much already done, but we can double check that.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Cregan, are you okay you good? Okay. I completely agree, and it's really unfortunate in a way, and I don't want to put this on Tom Fortune because a corporation, he is the messenger, and it's very unfortunate though, because I do think that the benefits should have been realized by Vail of the change from 2 seasons ago to this season's, and the partnership that we created to work together to really work on the visitor experience of not only visitors to South Lake Tahoe, but to Heavenly Ski Resort. And there was real results. And so for me, I can't understand the line of thinking that they would not want to move forward with the annexation. And I think the other message that needs to be sent is that becoming part of the city is the only way that those services will continue. In the direction that we're moving now is only going to degrade the visitor experience. And I think that it would be very wise for the Board of Vail to look at the long-term benefits that I would hope they had realized through this season of becoming part of the city. A parking agreement that guarantees revenue is not going to suffice the services that we are going to continue to provide and would like to continue to provide. But Vail needs to come to the table. We have been a year into this, have invested into this, a lot of staff time, money, and it's very much a situation that happened in 1958 or 65 when we became a city that is just not right on every single level. When you look at the impacts that surround Heavenly, the fact that an agreement was struck in 2003 to not allow a tax on any type of lift tickets in the village. Mr. Robbins stated we do not receive a penny from Heavenly, and that is just simply not right. And I really hope that Vail can rethink this, because a 2-lane road up Ski Run that you can't stop a shuttle on, we will not make our impact to the residents. We can shut down Keller to residents only, so that the residents in that neighborhood are not impacted. The impact will be on Heavenly, and I think they need to take a real deep look at the decision that they are making. So I think with that, the direction, Ms. Stroud, is okay for you. I think we're ready to move on.
Yep, there are some actions that were on the agenda that staff is requesting as well, in terms of adopting the resolution to update the parking.
So if you would like, let's see.
To amend the residential? That won't negate anything that we've just asked for? I just want to make sure.
That will all be brought back later.
Okay, then I will make a motion that we pass a resolution replacing Resolution 2023-104 to amend the seasonal or permanent no parking restrictions on certain streets in the Heavenly Valley neighborhood.
Second.
All right, we can vote.
That motion carries.
All right, great. With that, so we are at 9:55. Our protocols allow for three of us to move forward. What I would like to recommend is that we do hear item 16, and we move item 18 to a future agenda item. 16 is something that I think is very important for us to get out, and then 18, I think we can wait for the next meeting if that's, I guess that's a motion to have voted on.
I'm in favor of that.
So there's a second. We'll just push. We'll push one item, item 18, to the next meeting, and then we'll hear item 16, which will push us a little past 10 o'clock.
So the
But-
only thing we're pushing is 18.
That's right.
Okay, that's fine.
Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. We are moving forward. So item number 16, Chateau at the Village Project Update and Appropriations of Fund for Economic Development and Real Estate Consultant Services. And again, Ms. Roverud.
Thank you again, Mayor Bass, members of the council, Hillary Roverud, Assistant City Manager. At the September 12th, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to pursue a variety of options to facilitate development of the Chateau project site at Lake Tahoe Boulevard and State Line Avenue, and return with an update. The property owners, Tahoe Chateau Land Holding LLC, has hired DL Proprius Construction Incorporated to represent the project site. Construction of the project Phase 3, which is 16 hotel condominium units above the existing retail spaces, continued through this fall and winter. However, it was put on hold pending effective waterproofing during construction and compliance with Cal OSHA requirements. The city had issued 32 citations and a total of $16,800 in fines for construction causing damage to adjacent property, as leaking into the retail tenant spaces below continued to occur throughout the winter. I understand that Proprius Construction will be meeting with city staff later this week to discuss their intent to continue construction and lift the stop work order. As far as the rest of the project area, where the parking garage foundation currently sits behind the retail space, the city manager and myself met with DL Proprius representatives to discuss the need for a defined project and pro forma in order to determine an appropriate role for the city in assisting with the project and moving development along. The city has not yet received that information. Best practices in pursuing a public and private partnership, as discussed at the September meeting, where the public entity has a role in financing the financing structure, requires a viable project design and programming, a project pro forma, identified sources and uses of funds, and demonstrated developer capability to deliver the project. As a next step, staff is recommending that the city engage an economic development and real estate consultant to conduct the market and financial analysis necessary to determine what project options are financially feasible, to identify financing packaging options, and to solicit proposals to develop the site, which may include the current owner. The recommendation is to pass a resolution appropriating $100,000 to fund this effort. Have any questions? I'm available.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Roverud. Questions from council? Anybody? All right. I think, all right, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. Thank you. Any public comment in the room? Mr. Del, whoever's first. Hey, go right ahead.
Yeah, Scott Loberg, I think we need to put that money toward roads first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Delb.
I know it's late, I'll keep this quick. This item drives me a little bit crazy in multiple ways. We're going to spend public money on an RFP to, amongst other things, create an RFP to spend more public money. This project has gone on for however many years, 20 years. The reason you have a hole in the ground instead of a building is because the city is really, really bad at designing and developing and financing properties like this. And to throw more money and more bureaucracy and more time and doing this all over again, we could very well be here another 20 years. This is a bad developer. The economic cycle wiped out the original owner. It's been in foreclosure. The project is a total mess, a total disaster. I get that. But this item won't move the project meaningfully forward to anything. It's just going to take more years, more dithering, more designing, more works of fantasy, and we'll be sitting here looking at a hole in the ground. I think that this is a waste of money. I know that you'll probably vote for it, but perpetuating this cycle of RFPs and consultants and RFPs and consultants and design and talking doesn't build buildings. So I would vote. I would urge a vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dollop. Mr. Mosier.
Yes, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I'm opposed to at this time spending $100,000 to hire yet another consultant, to be insulted by a consultant. You know, Hal Cole, also you have in here that of infrastructure and financing districts, including bond sale options. You know, Hal Cole, I mean, his mayor wanted to sell $20 to $30 million of bonds, have the city do that to bail out Randy Lane at the time. Mayor Birdwell got the city council to kill that idea, calling them junk bonds, and he was correct at that time, and nothing's really changed. Scenario is even worse. Here you have talking about that. Mr. Chan here indicated he would submit an information on the proposed project, programming within 1 week. That was on January 30th. That information has not yet been submitted. Obviously, they don't know either what they're doing or what they want to do or when they're going to do it or how they're going to do it. And I don't think hiring a consultant and real estate specialist is going to solve the problem. You know, we paid $25,000 to Reva Feldman to come up here and was going to bring us some economic development and conduct tours and that, and we got zip out of that. So why waste another $100,000? Talk about identifying potential funding sources here that the consultant's scope of work would include. And part of that is evaluating special districts and tax increment financing tools. You know, for the last 13 or 14 years or more, we've lost TOT, you know, got nothing out of that area. You know, started out that Randy Lane was going to pay TOT while he was building there, and that lasted, what, a year and a half or so. So we've gotten nothing out of that. And now you want to give away, you know, through tax increment, and give that money to pay off bonds that we should, you know, the area should be generating and contributing to the city's coffers. You know, we've sat there and gotten nothing out of it for all these years. So, you know, I would, like I said, I think this is a waste. It's throwing money, good money after bad. Also, you know, the TRPA, the City Planning Commission, which is, to me, nothing short of a joke. And City Council all approved and permitted the project before consolidating the 20-plus parcels. I think it was 23, actually, parcels or so there, which should have never been done. I mean, that was, you know, TRPA just rubber stamped it, and everybody went along with the game, and that's why we're where we're at. Randy Lane was incompetent, wasn't able to do the project and bring it to fruition, and it was never, the rules were never followed here, so don't
Thank you,
spend
Mr.
another
Moser.
$100,000. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room to give public? Seeing none, we will move to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for public comment on this item. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. So we'll bring it back to council. I'll go ahead and open this up because I really have pushed strong for this to be brought forward. This I think is really, really important for us to gain some understanding in which ways and the tools that we actually have as a city to see this move forward. And I think it's been pointed out, and we all know there was major mistakes along the way before our time, and a lot has changed in state law, and there are a lot of things that we need to understand for us to make informed decisions to really see this come out of the ground. And I think all of us in this community want to see this come out of the ground. There's major financial impacts that it's had. It's blight. There are so many levels of it. We also have an owner that has owned it for, I think, over a decade now, that we have not seen the investment put into the property or even an attempt to develop it. As we've seen the economic, stock market boom and the abilities to develop are there. However, this owner has not. And so we really have got to find all the tools possible to make this development come out of the ground. And I think that's really what this is about. And with the change in state law and with so many different tools that could be used to try to spur that development, I think it's important that we do bring in the experts to look at what does it take to create these new tools and community development agencies and the things that really need to happen for us to see this come out of the ground. And then what we saw this summer with the construction, or I should say the attempt of construction from the current owner and the contractors that he has chosen, the fact that we've had to red tag the contract, the project. I just can't imagine having to work with somebody like that on such a large project that we would be looking at in the future. So what this is about is for the city to get informed, to be able to make decisions to better our community, and I think it's incredibly important. So I very much support this and look forward to really trying to get and pull the levers on whatever we need to do as a city council to see this come out of the ground. And with that, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you for that. I am going to go a slightly different direction. Just a quick history of Project 3. The reason that we're in the situation that we're in, and Mr. Mosier, you can agree with this, is because a council 20 plus years ago didn't require a performance bond on that project. And that in turn has caused 20 plus years of hassle and killed many local small business owners. It sat empty at least since 2004. We finally started, I think, back in 2010, 11, 12, right in there, to fill up those front spaces to cover what I lovingly refer to as the Tahoe. And we have had a loss of hundreds of millions of tax dollars because of what's happened there. The loss of the TOT that was being generated when those hotels were there now, and because it hasn't been developed, the loss of the TOT that could have been there. And because of the value of the property, we can't afford to buy it through eminent domain, because eminent domain doesn't mean that you just take it. You have to pay fair market value for it. So we can't take it over. So I am also in favor of this, because for a relatively small amount, I know that 100,000 for most of us is a lot of money, but for a municipality, it's not. It gives us the opportunity to go out and find good solutions to develop this property. And in fact, I agree with it so much that I'm going to ask the council to put an ad alternate for the sunray on this RFP, because the Motel 6 is off the table, but the sunray is not. And I think an ad alternate for the sunray is a good idea as part of this. And we can do an ad alternate because whether we do it or not, we can have that as an option when we come back to it.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
If one of the owners of this project really wanted to develop it in the last 15 years, it would have been built by now. The problem, as it appears to me, is that, this property continues to go up in value every year. year after year, the property itself, even not generating revenue, even not having anything built on it, the value of the land and the property, the parcel itself, goes up year after year, meaning that it is listed as black on some ledger somewhere of a portfolio of properties as increasing in value. And so long as a property goes up in value, it can provide money, it can provide a positive carry return to whoever owns that, because you can borrow against the increase in value. Developing costs money. That is a negative carry. You have to invest a huge amount of money into doing that. And yes, developing in Tahoe is difficult and complicated, but it was difficult and complicated 15 years ago also, when this project was initially put together with no requirement, with no development agreement, which is why I was concerned about the last agenda item for the same set of reasons. There was an option on the table to the city to push the developer into completing the project, and that was becoming a charter city, which would have allowed us to levy fines on the project as blight or as a public nuisance that are of sufficient cost to cancel out the positive carry of the increase in the property value, which would have made it a net negative to leave undeveloped. When we chose to abandon the charter city status, that option was removed. We can cite the property in principle for being a blight, but it's only going to be a few $1,000s a citation. That's going to be a drop in the bucket. If we had become a charter city, we could have made those citations have real teeth, and the developer would have either said, this is no longer showing positive on my books, I should either sell it or actually do the investment to build it. But without that option on the table now, we have only mediocre options. We don't have a revenue source since the council abandoned the vacancy tax proposal to bring in the kind of funding that would have been available to bond and to seize the property under eminent domain. That would have been an option with that kind of revenue. Probably not with a TOT. That probably still wouldn't have brought in enough dollars per year to buy that property. It's quite expensive. Quick question though, there was a tender offer for it a few years ago. It was $50 million, is that correct?
My understanding, it was in the $50 to $60 million
50 to 60
range.
million. Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have that. And the concern I have with the plan before us, with the motion before us now, is I think shared with a lot of members of the public, which is that we're going to put out an RFP for a consultant to come up with a plan for what could work in that location. But ultimately, if the owner of the property isn't willing to sell it, we can have all the best laid plans of mice and men. But if the parcel owner's like, I'm good, I've got a plan, the parcel owner has a development plan now on file for what they want to build. They have something that they could start building, but they've just chosen not to because it's not worth it for them to get the kumquats out of their mouth and get the investment in order to do that. The challenge for me, is that I don't know anything else that we can do. This gets us something. At least it gets us a plausible plan that might tempt some other buyer to make an offer. But how long ago was it that they made the $50 million, 50 to 60, how many years ago was that?
It was within 24 months, I think.
It was only a couple of years ago and they said no. So it would have to be more than that we come up with that to tempt the developer. I'm just not sure there's an outcome here from doing this type of consultant study of what could be done at this parcel that's likely to be more valuable than a $50 to $60 million offer that they turned down. The problem is I don't have it. One of the things I loathe in public life is people that say, you got to do something, but no, not that. And I personally find that drives me crazy. The problem is I don't like this plan, but I don't have a better idea. And I've not heard a better idea for what we can do to actually get it built. Because there's no plausible tax increment financing. There's no plausible mechanism that exists now that it seems that we could seize the property, buy the property, turn it over to a different developer, force a sale, or come up with enough money to actually tempt the current owner for more than the $50 million they turned down 2 years ago, which would have to be more now. So I wish I had a better option. I really, really wish I had a better option. So my support of this is under duress, I suppose.
Great. Ms. Cregan, any thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with that, that I also feel pretty disheartened just reading the history of the recent conversations with all of these owners and their level of engagement. But I agree, I don't think that we have a better option, and hopefully if we hire a consultant and the consultant can create something that would be attractive to a buyer, somebody who really does want to go forward with it, then I think that that's the best we can do. I assume that the staff recommendation of doing this is the best option that staff came up with. So
I can concur. I mean, this has been a priority listed in council goals, and to try to facilitate something to happen there. The ideas we've heard are non-starters, and this has some legs that could be proved to be beneficial. Keyword could.
Ms. Wallace, or?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, I'll just,
Okay.
last comment, and then you get the motion. I think, again, yes, that the point of this is to bring us those options, and there very likely are options. You can team up the right people together, and that could potentially open up tools that aren't available to us today, and that's the point of really putting this out there, is to get the experts to try to pull those people together that can make those tools enabled that currently are not enabled today. So with that, I'll hand it to Ms. Wallace.
I make a motion that we pass a resolution appropriating up to $100,000 from available general fund undesignated excess reserves for the purpose of funding economic development and real estate consulting services with an ad alternate for the Sunray Motel.
I'll second.
That motion carries.
Great. And so with that, we are going to move item 18 to the next meeting, and item 19 will be the APC agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, the next meeting's May 7th, 9 a.m. The Motel 6 and Sunray item has been moved to that. Of note is the Midtown Area Plan kickoff. I think we've been waiting for that for quite some time. And for night meetings like this, the airport restaurant lease agreement will be coming forward, so we might be able to get some food in the evening. So anyways.
Great update. Thank you. All right. Updates and announcements. We'll start with the city attorney.
None at this time, thank you.
Great. Ms. Blankenship.
We have received 4 proclamation requests, 3 for the next meeting and 1 for on the May 21st. We have from city staff, we have a request for May as Building Safety Month. From Natasha Schuett Barton, May as Mental Health Awareness Month. From Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation also in May. And then Bruce Martin, our former interim fire chief, he has requested it was National Safe Boating Week, and I got him to push it off to May 21st. So we only have 4 proclamations next meeting.
So that's great. I'm good with them all, but can we try to split those between the 2 May meetings? So we got 2 and 2, because that's a
I will
lot of
see
reading.
Yeah, I know. We already have 1 on there. I'll see.
Okay.
I'll see
Cool.
what we can do. And then I did want to confirm that I received I filed the petition from regarding the residential vacancy tax. I just wanted to confirm that and let you know that they did have 2,471 signatures. However, he was misquoted because those are not all validated by El Dorado County. So that is just the number of signatures. They're not all valid voters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will move on to council member reports and comments. I will start with Mr. Robbins.
I'm sorry, I might have just not quite heard all the proclamation list. Was one of them military appreciate? That's coming up in.
That was already on there. These are new ones.
Okay. So those, gotcha.
That'll be May 7th.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's 4 new in addition to that. So it's not going to be 2 and 2. It's going to be like 3 and 1 and.
Reading skills down.
Okay. All right. you're gonna get your proclamating skills honed
exactly.
quite well there then. All right, that was my question. I just wasn't sure if I had missed that. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, great. Ms. Green.
Thanks. I'll be really quick. We had a stacks, we had a mental health subcommittee meeting that was really good. And heard about the updates on the homeless encampments and our mental health calls from our police officers. We also, and then I went to the very fun, I might get the name wrong, fire truck ceremony. That was really cool, watching everybody push the fire truck back into the new fire truck back into the its stall. And I'll stop there.
Ms. Wallace.
It's late. I pass.
Great. And yes, I also attended the mental health subcommittee, which was great. And yes, thank you for all being here tonight. I will also make it short and call the meeting adjourned.